I needed a break. That's how all this started. Not from anything huge, just from everything. Life felt like a non-stop loop of screens, noise, and stress. I work a job that keeps me indoors all day, sitting at a desk, staring at glowing rectangles, answering messages, fixing things that no one else wants to fix. It wasn't bad, paid the bills, but something in me just felt off, like I was drifting without realizing it. I wasn't sleeping well, I wasn't eating right, and everything started to feel loud, even when it was quiet. So I looked online for places to rent for a week, somewhere far enough that it would take effort to get back, but not too far in case something went wrong. After scrolling through pages of overpriced lakeside resorts and luxury cabins, I found one listing that felt perfect. A single-room log cabin up in the northern woods. No Wi-Fi, no phone reception. It had a wood-burning stove, a hand pump for water, and a small outhouse behind the trees. Solar-powered lights. The pictures showed a small wooden porch with a rocking chair, and the trees looked like they swallowed the whole sky. The listing didn't have many reviews, but the ones that were there said the place was perfectly quiet and peacefully remote. I booked it without overthinking. The drive took most of the day. I left early in the morning, stopped only for gas and a sandwich, and watched the towns grow smaller and more spaced apart the farther I got. After a while, the road turned to gravel, then narrowed to something that looked more like a long driveway than a real road. I followed the directions printed out from the listing, no GPS signal up here, and eventually saw the cabin tucked between the trees. It looked older than the photos, but solid, with siding darkened with age, a roof that looked like it had been patched more than once. The porch creaked under my boots as I walked up, and I had to jiggle the key in the door for a few seconds before it finally turned. Inside was exactly as described. One room, a small wood stove near the center, a bed tucked in the corner with heavy blankets, a table with two mismatched chairs, a few shelves with canned food, a broom, and some old paperbacks. A narrow window on each wall let in some light, and the back window faced the forest. There was a small closet with a propane lantern, extra batteries, and a locked box labeled "Emergency Only." I didn't open it. I unpacked, changed into heavier clothes, and started a fire in the stove using kindling and logs stacked just outside. The quiet hit me fast. There was no hum of traffic, no buzz from electronics, just wind through trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. That first night was calm. I made canned soup, read a book by the lantern, and crawled into bed early. I fell asleep quickly, listening to the fire crackle and pop. But I woke up around 3 a.m. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't startled awake. It was like my body just knew something felt off. I stayed still, listening. The fire had died down, and the room had gone cold. There was no sound outside, no wind, nothing. I heard a soft, single thump against the back wall of the cabin. I froze. It wasn't a loud sound, not a bang or a knock, more like someone pressed something firm against the outside wall. Not an animal scratching, just one sound, then silence. I lay there for maybe 10 minutes, eyes wide open, breathing shallow. I told myself it was nothing, probably a branch or something falling. The woods settle at night, trees shift, things fall. I repeated that in my head until I fell back asleep. The next morning, I checked the back wall from outside. No marks, no branches. The ground back there was mostly hard-packed dirt and old leaves. I didn't see anything strange. I let it go. Day 2 passed quietly. I chopped more firewood, took a walk down a narrow trail that looped behind the cabin, and found a small stream running cold and clear through the woods. The silence was starting to feel peaceful now. It gave my thoughts space to wander, and for once, they didn't rush to the usual worries. That night, I fell asleep early again. The cold made sleep heavy, but around the same time, 3 a.m., I woke up. This time it was to a different sound, a soft crunch, like leaves underfoot. I held my breath. Crunch, paused, crunch. It was slow, measured, like someone walking in a wide arc around the cabin. I didn't move. I stared up at the wooden ceiling. No flashlight nearby, no weapon. I felt more awake than I had in years. The steps didn't come close to the front door. They stayed just far enough to stay unseen through the windows. After a few minutes, they stopped. Silence again. Eventually, I sat up and watched through the back window for a long time. Nothing. No more sound. But I didn't fall back asleep that night. In the morning, I found more signs than before. Broken twigs near the back wall. Leaves disturbed in a wide, human-sized trail around the cabin. I crouched and looked closer, no clear footprints. Just enough movement to make it clear something or someone had passed through. I felt uneasy, but I wasn't ready to admit I was scared. I told myself maybe a deer had wandered close. Or a bear. There were no signs of digging or claw marks. Still, I spent more time that day collecting firewood closer to the cabin and staying within view of it. I stopped walking the trail. I didn't want to be too far from shelter if something or someone was out here. That evening, I locked the door and wedged a chair under the knob. I had no cell service, no landline. Just the emergency box in the closet and a short-range emergency beacon I had packed just in case. I left the lantern burning low and sat in the bed for hours, listening. I didn't hear anything that night, but I didn't sleep either. By day 4, I was tired. Not just physically. My nerves felt like rubber bands pulled tight. I spent the day inside mostly, poking through the shelves, rereading the same pages of a book without really seeing them. That night, I woke up again. This time, it was worse. It was just before 3 a.m. I opened my eyes and immediately felt it. Something had changed. The front door was unlocked. I know I locked it. I triple-checked before bed. I had even tied a piece of twine from the doorknob to the rocking chair outside so I'd hear it move. The twine was snapped clean through. The chair was still. No noise, no wind, but I could feel it. The air in the room had changed. Colder, like the door had been opened at some point and closed again. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and held the flashlight like a club. The door looked the same. Nothing looked touched, but the twine was on the floor, ends frayed. I didn't sleep after that. At dawn, I made the decision. I would leave early. The cabin was booked for 3 more nights, but I wasn't staying. I packed up my food, stuffed everything into my backpack, and waited for light. I'd drive down the gravel road, get back to town, and forget the whole thing. But when I stepped outside and walked to the truck, I stopped cold. Tire tracks, not mine, fresh ones. Someone had driven up and parked behind a line of trees maybe 40 feet from the cabin. The tire marks curved in, stopped, then backed out again. I looked around, my breath showing in the cold morning air. No one, no car, but someone had come up here quietly and watched. I didn't waste time. I got in my truck and drove. The gravel road bounced me around, but I didn't care. I just kept going. Halfway down the road, I passed a trail I hadn't seen before, a narrow path cut through the trees wider than a deer path. It looked worn, used. I kept driving. Back in town, I found the nearest diner, parked, and sat in my truck for half an hour before going in. I ordered breakfast just to have something normal to do. When I got home, I emailed the rental owner and told them I was checking out early. I didn't go into detail. I didn't know what to say that wouldn't sound paranoid. But I kept thinking about the tire tracks, the broken twine, the footsteps circling the cabin in the middle of the night. Weeks later, out of curiosity or something deeper, I searched the cabin's address online again. I found an old local news article from a few years back. Buried in an archive, it mentioned a missing hiker, a young woman who vanished in the woods near that area. No signs of her were ever found. No evidence of foul play, just gone. The article mentioned a search team found a cleared-out camp about a mile from where she was last seen. A makeshift shelter, some food wrappers, and signs someone had been living rough out there. The shelter was only a few hundred yards from the cabin's gravel road. I never went back. I never planned to. But sometimes, when I can't sleep, I still think about those nights. The quiet steps, the unlocked door, the snapped twine. I don't know who or what was out there, but I don't think I was as alone as I thought. And I think whoever it was had been out there for a long, long time watching. The cabin was tucked away deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town. It wasn't the kind of cabin you'd see in a vacation brochure. Not some rustic, charming place with a lake view and a front porch. This cabin was old, neglected, and had clearly been built for function, not style. The paint was chipped, the roof sagging in places, and the windows had a grime to them that made them look permanently dirty. Still, it was cheap, and that was exactly what I needed. I had been looking for some solitude, a place to get away from everything, to clear my head, and this cabin, despite its condition, seemed like the perfect place for that. I arrived on a Saturday afternoon, the sun still high in the sky. The air smelled of pine and earth, the scent almost overwhelming in its freshness. There were no neighbors for miles, just endless trees stretching out in every direction. As I drove up the dirt road leading to the cabin, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. There was something comforting about the isolation, like I had finally found a place where no one could bother me. I grabbed my backpack and got out of the car, the gravel crunching beneath my boots as I made my way to the front door. The door creaked loudly when I pushed it open, and I stepped inside, greeted by the musty smell of old wood and dust. The air inside felt heavy, stale from being shut for so long. The interior was dim, the only light coming from the small window in the living room, which looked out onto the dense forest. There was a small kitchen, an old wood stove in the corner, and a couch that looked like it had seen better days. It was cozy enough, though. There was a certain charm to it, even if it was a little run down. I wasn't here to live in luxury. I was here to get away. I spent the first few hours unpacking my things, settling in. The place wasn't as bad as it had seemed from the outside. It had a certain rustic charm, and it was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. There was no sound except for the occasional rustle of leaves outside and the chirping of birds. I could hear the wind howling through the trees, but even that felt distant, as if the cabin was in its own world. I sat by the window for a while, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was peaceful, but something in the back of my mind nagged at me, a feeling I couldn't quite place. That evening, as the darkness settled in, I made myself a simple dinner. Nothing fancy, just some pasta and canned vegetables. I didn't mind it. I didn't need much. I sat at the small table, eating in silence, the only sound the clinking of my fork against the plate. The stillness of the cabin was both comforting and unsettling at the same time. I kept looking over my shoulder, as if expecting to see something move in the corner of my eye, but nothing ever did. After dinner, I cleaned up and decided to get some rest. I wasn't used to the silence, and I had to admit that it was starting to make me uneasy. I brushed it off, though. It was probably just my nerves. I had been looking forward to this alone time, and I wasn't going to let a little nervous energy ruin it. I went to bed, the bed creaking as I lay down. The sheets felt cold, the air in the room chilly despite the warmth outside. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. My mind kept racing, going over everything. The quiet, the isolation, the strange feeling that something was off. I told myself I was being stupid, that there was nothing to worry about. The cabin was just a cabin. It wasn't haunted, it wasn't cursed, it was just a place. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound. It was faint at first, but it quickly grew louder, like something scraping against the cabin's walls. I lay there, frozen, listening. It sounded like something, or someone, was walking around outside. My heart began to race. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound was too deliberate, too purposeful. The footsteps were slow, steady, like someone was pacing around the cabin. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to listen. It was definitely footsteps. Someone was out there. I didn't move for a long time, my body tense, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do? The cabin didn't have a phone, and even if it did, I was miles from the nearest town. There was no one around for miles. I couldn't just scream for help. I had no way of knowing who or what was out there. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and I dared to breathe, thinking maybe it was just my imagination. But then, just as I was about to settle back down, I heard it again. A soft tap on the window. I jumped, my heart hammering in my chest. Someone had tapped on the window. I could feel the blood drain from my face. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get up, to check the window, but my body refused to move. I kept telling myself to calm down, that it was probably nothing, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The window was on the far side of the room, so I couldn't see anything from where I lay. I stayed completely still, listening to every sound, waiting for the next tap. But nothing came. It was as if whatever it was had just disappeared into the night. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the footsteps again, creeping around the cabin. I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. The next morning, I was exhausted, my body sore from lying awake all night. I went outside, hoping some fresh air would clear my head. The morning light was brighter than I expected, the sun cutting through the trees, making the forest seem less oppressive. But even in the daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I went around the cabin, inspecting the windows and the door, looking for any signs of forced entry. But there was nothing. The door was locked, the windows intact. Still, I couldn't ignore the fact that I had heard what I heard the night before. Someone had been out there. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I had to admit to myself that the possibility of someone being out there was real. I spent the rest of the day trying to distract myself, going for a walk in the woods, hoping the fresh air and physical activity would help clear my mind. But every time I looked over my shoulder, every time I heard a rustling in the trees, I couldn't shake the sense of being followed. That evening, as I sat by the small fire I had built in the fireplace, I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, this time closer, right outside the door. I had always dreamed of getting away from everything. The hustle and bustle of city life, the noise, the constant need to be somewhere, do something, everything. So when I found an old cabin in the woods for rent, far away from civilization, I jumped at the chance. It was supposed to be a weekend escape, just me and the wilderness. Peace and quiet, no one around, no responsibilities. The drive there was long and winding. The GPS was barely holding on as I made my way deeper into the forest. At first, the dirt road seemed promising, but the further I went, the more isolated it became. I passed a few old houses, but nothing that looked lived in. The trees grew denser, blocking out much of the sunlight, casting the road in a perpetual twilight. The cabin was exactly what I expected. Rustic, old, a little rundown. The wood was weathered, the roof sagging slightly in places. But it was secluded, and that's exactly what I wanted. No neighbors, no distractions, just nature and me. I spent the first few hours unpacking my things, making sure everything was in order. The cabin was small, with only a couple of rooms. A tiny kitchen, a living area with an old stone fireplace, and a loft that served as the bedroom. It smelled of old wood and something faintly musty, but it was cozy enough. As the sun began to set, I went outside to gather some firewood. The forest around the cabin was quiet, but there was a certain stillness to it that felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The trees were tall and tightly packed, their branches creating a thick canopy overhead. I couldn't see much beyond a few feet, and the fading daylight made everything look even more shadowy and mysterious. After a short walk, I found some fallen branches and started heading back to the cabin. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a figure standing just outside the tree line, not far from the cabin. At first, I thought it was my imagination, just a trick of the fading light, perhaps. But no, it was a person, or at least it looked like one. A man. He was standing completely still, barely moving, and his face was hidden in the shadows of the trees. I froze. My heart rate sped up, and my grip on the firewood tightened. Was I just being paranoid? It was probably someone lost, someone who had wandered out here by mistake. But then again, there was no trail, no road leading to this cabin except for the one I had driven in on. I stood there for a long moment, staring at him, waiting for some kind of movement, some sign that he was real and not just a figment of my overactive mind. But nothing happened. The man didn't move. He didn't even acknowledge my presence. Then, as if he sensed my gaze, he slowly turned and disappeared into the woods. I didn't move, couldn't. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end, and a cold, uncomfortable feeling washed over me. I considered going inside and locking the door, but I told myself I was overreacting. It was probably just someone passing through, maybe even a hiker. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I made my way back to the cabin quickly, glancing over my shoulder every few steps, but there was no sign of the man. I locked the door behind me as soon as I was inside, my breath coming in short bursts. The night was uneventful after that. I ate dinner, set up the fire, and tried to relax, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the man I'd seen. What was he doing out there? Why didn't he speak or move when I saw him? I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a coincidence. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. I didn't sleep well that night. The wind howled outside, causing the cabin to creak and groan. I kept waking up to every little noise, the crackling of the fire, the shifting of the wooden beams above me, the rustling of leaves in the trees. Each time, I found myself straining to listen for anything unusual, anything out of place. By morning, I was exhausted. I hadn't slept more than a couple of hours at a time, but I figured I should try to shake off the feeling of unease and go outside for a walk. The sun was up now, and the world seemed a little less threatening in the daylight. The forest looked completely different in the morning light, beautiful, peaceful, and inviting. I grabbed my jacket and headed out the door. The air was crisp, the ground still damp with dew. I decided to walk along the edge of the forest, sticking close to the cabin in case I got lost. The trees here were towering, their trunks thick and gnarled. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then, I'd hear a rustling sound in the trees, but when I looked, there was nothing there. It was strange. I tried to ignore it and kept walking, but the further I went, the more I felt like something wasn't right. The forest felt too quiet, too still. No birds, no animals, no insects buzzing around. Just the faintest whisper of wind through the leaves. It was almost as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. Then I saw something, a trail. At first, I thought it was just an animal path, but the more I looked at it, the more I realized it wasn't just any trail. It was too defined, too straight. Someone had been walking here, someone who knew the land well. The tracks were fresh, the dirt disturbed recently. The footprints were large and heavy, the kind of prints you would expect from someone wearing boots. A sense of dread washed over me. Was this the same man I'd seen the night before? I stood there for a while, staring at the trail, debating whether or not to follow it. Part of me wanted to just turn around and go back to the cabin, but another part of me, curiosity, maybe urged me forward. I started walking down the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. The further I went, the more isolated I felt. The trees seemed to close in around me, the path narrowing until it felt like I was walking through a tunnel of branches and leaves. The air was thick, almost suffocating. Every step I took felt like it was echoing in the silence. Eventually, the trail led me to a small clearing. In the center was a stone structure, almost like a chimney or a foundation, but there was no building around it, just the remnants of something long gone. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no disturbance in the ground. But there was something else, something out of place, a feeling in the air, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Then, from behind a tree, I heard a snap. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Someone was just beyond my vision, hidden in the woods. I turned and made my way back to the cabin. My steps were quick, almost frantic. The hairs on my neck were standing on end, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me. When I got back to the cabin, I didn't hesitate. I bolted the door, locked every window, and made sure there was no way anyone could get in. My heart was racing. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. The rest of the day passed slowly, the silence in the cabin almost oppressive. I didn't go back outside. not even to gather more firewood. I kept the curtains closed and the lights on, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. But the unease never left. It hung in the air, thick and heavy. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat by the fire, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin. Every time the wind blew, I jumped. Every time a branch scratched against the window, my heart skipped a beat. Then, just as I was starting to think maybe I had imagined the whole thing, there was a knock at the door. One sharp, heavy knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another knock. It was slow, deliberate. Who could it be? No one knew I was here. The cabin was isolated. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to open that door, but I couldn't ignore it. Slowly, I stood up, my legs trembling beneath me. I grabbed a flashlight from the counter and approached the door, my hand hovering over the handle. Then I heard it, a voice, low and muffled, on the other side of the door. "I know you're in there." My blood ran cold. Without thinking, I turned the lock and yanked the door open, but no one was there, just the empty darkness of the woods. I slammed the door shut and locked it again, my mind racing. Who had been out there? What did they want? I didn't wait around to find out. I packed my things, grabbed my keys, and left the cabin without a second thought. I drove through the night, not looking back. The whole way home, I kept wondering who had been out there in the woods. What had they wanted? And most of all, why had I felt so certain that I wasn't alone? To this day, I still don't know the answer. I haven't returned to that cabin. I haven't gone back into the woods, and I don't plan to. But the memory of that night, the feeling of being watched, the voice at the door will stay with me forever. I had always wanted to get away from the noise of the city, just for a few days, to clear my head, to forget about everything for a while. So when I found the cabin online, tucked away in the middle of nowhere, I jumped at the chance. It wasn't too far from town, but it felt like it was on a different planet. No neighbors for miles, no sounds except for the wind and the occasional bird or squirrel. Perfect place to disconnect and breathe. I drove up there on a Friday, the sun still high in the sky, the roads paved and smooth at first but gradually becoming more rugged and dirt-filled. I didn't mind the bumpiness. It only made the place feel more remote, more isolated. It was just what I needed. The cabin was small but cozy, nestled into the side of a dense forest. It had an old wood stove, a little kitchen, a small living room, and a single bedroom. I liked how simple it was. I wasn't looking for luxury, just peace and quiet. As I unloaded my bags, I noticed the sky starting to cloud over. The air had a sharp, crisp feel to it, and I could already hear the wind picking up. It wasn't anything alarming, but the weather seemed to be shifting quickly. Not that it bothered me, I didn't mind a little rain. I set up the fire, made myself a cup of tea, and sat by the window, watching as the first drops began to fall. I felt comfortable, relaxed even. The world outside felt so far away, as though nothing could possibly disturb my solitude. But there was something odd about the cabin. Not in a supernatural way, but something more unsettling. The more I looked around, the more I noticed small details that didn't seem to fit. There was an old, rusted shovel behind the shed. The trees around the cabin were unnervingly still, and the wind, while howling, never seemed to move them much. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. But I shook off the feeling. It was probably nothing. The storm hit that night. It wasn't a full-on thunderstorm, but the wind howled in a way that made the walls of the cabin creak. The rain came down in sheets, hammering against the windows, making the forest outside seem even darker and more oppressive. The fire crackled in the stove, a comforting sound that kept the chill at bay. But as the night wore on, I found myself more and more aware of the sounds outside. The creaking of the wood, the occasional snap of a branch, the almost imperceptible shifting of something in the woods. At first, I told myself it was just the storm. The wind could make the trees bend in strange ways, and the night itself could play tricks on the mind. But the longer I sat there, the more convinced I became that something was out there. It was past midnight when I heard the first thud against the cabin. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. A dull, heavy noise, like something had slammed against the wall. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to go check, but something inside me told me not to. It wasn't a logical feeling, more like an animal instinct to stay hidden, to remain out of sight. So I stayed by the fire, eyes glued to the shadows beyond the window, listening intently. Another thud, then another. Each one seemed to grow louder, more insistent. Something was definitely outside. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and stood still, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. Should I go outside and check? Should I hide? I didn't have any weapons, no way to defend myself. Another thud. It was so close this time that I felt the cabin shake slightly. And then there was a scraping noise. Something or someone was dragging something along the ground. The sound moved along the side of the cabin, coming closer to the window. I could hear the damp earth shifting beneath the weight of whatever was out there. I had to know what it was. Slowly, as quietly as I could manage, I moved toward the window. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I lifted it, casting a beam of light into the darkness outside. For a moment, all I could see were the rain-slicked trees and the swirling mist. But then my flashlight hit something, and I saw the outline of a figure standing just beyond the tree line. I don't know what I expected to see, but it wasn't this. The figure was hunched, its back arched unnaturally, almost like it was crouching. Its movements were jerky and erratic, as if it were struggling to move at all. It had a long, twisted shadow, one that seemed to stretch further than it should have in the dim light. I gasped, backing away from the window. My pulse raced, and my mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't make myself move. What if it heard me? What if it came after me? I sank to the floor, staring at the door, the windows, trying to make myself as small as possible. The storm raged on, and the sounds from outside grew louder. There were more thuds, more scraping noises. The thing, whatever it was getting closer. I could hear it moving along the walls of the cabin, dragging something heavy. It was as though it was circling me, trying to find a way inside. I didn't know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. The storm kept up its fury, and my thoughts kept racing. Should I try to escape? The idea of running into the woods seemed insane. What if I ran straight into whatever was out there? What if I didn't make it back? I decided to stay put, but I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Every sound seemed to make my heart jump out of my chest. Finally, after what felt like hours, the noises stopped. The rain, too, seemed to ease up. It was almost as though whatever had been outside had left. But I couldn't be sure. I stayed in the cabin, not daring to move or even check outside. The wind began to die down, and the quietness that followed felt unnatural. I stayed in the dark, trying to stay calm, waiting for the sun to rise. The first light of dawn finally crept through the gaps in the cabin's shutters. I had no idea what had happened during the night. Maybe I had imagined it all. Maybe the storm had played tricks on my mind. But when I stepped outside to check the cabin, I saw the evidence. The ground around the cabin was torn up, like something had dragged itself across it. The trees had broken branches, and there were deep gouges in the earth, marks too large to be from an animal. The air felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't place. I didn't dare venture too far. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to convince myself it had just been an animal or a prank. But something about the night didn't sit right with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, watching me, and it wasn't done yet. The next few days passed without incident, but the unease never really left. I kept to myself, stayed inside, and avoided going near the woods. The fear, however, lingered. I kept checking the windows, the door, making sure everything was secure. By the time the weekend was over, I had decided I would never come back. Something wasn't right about that cabin. Something beyond the weather, beyond my imagination. I packed my things, double-checked everything, and left. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the cabin, half expecting to see the figure standing there, watching me. I never did go back. I had always wanted to get away from everything for a while. Life had been dragging me down for months, maybe even longer. The stress from work, the constant noise of the city, and the feeling that I was always being pulled in 100 directions had left me exhausted. So, when the chance to rent a secluded cabin in the woods came up, I jumped at it. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to disconnect, reset, and find some peace. I found the place online, a small cabin tucked away in the mountains, far from civilization. The photos showed it nestled between towering trees, the front porch facing a small, crystal-clear lake. It looked peaceful, quiet, and isolated. No neighbors for miles, no distractions, just nature and me. Exactly what I needed. I packed up my things, grabbed some food, and made the drive out of town. The trip took a few hours, and as I got further away from the city, the road became less and less traveled. At first, it was paved, but soon it turned to gravel, then dirt. The GPS signal got weaker, and eventually, I had to rely on the directions given to me by the owner. I didn't mind. In fact, I welcomed the isolation. I was getting closer. When I finally arrived, the sun was beginning to set. The cabin was exactly as described, simple and rustic, with a large front porch and a fireplace that looked like it could hold a small forest of logs. The lake sparkled in the fading light, and the air was crisp and fresh. I could already feel the tension in my shoulders start to ease. The cabin itself was small, with just one bedroom, a kitchen, and a living room with a few chairs and a worn-out sofa. There was a wood-burning stove in the corner, which I figured would keep me warm during the chilly nights. I unloaded my things and spent some time exploring the property. There was a small dock at the edge of the lake and a trail that wound through the trees, leading deeper into the forest. It was peaceful, too peaceful almost, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I was here to relax, and that's what I intended to do. That night, I cooked a simple meal and settled in front of the fire with a book. I didn't even bother turning on the lights. The glow of the fire was enough. The crackling of the wood and the occasional hoot of an owl outside were the only sounds. It was calming, almost too much so. The silence was so complete that it felt unnatural. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive. The bed was comfortable enough, and the heavy quilt kept me warm. But as I lay there in the dark, trying to fall asleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. There were no noises, no strange sounds outside. The cabin was quiet, too quiet. I tried to push the thought aside, telling myself I was just overthinking things. Around midnight, I woke up suddenly. The moonlight was shining through the window, casting eerie shadows across the room. I lay still, listening to the absolute silence outside. It felt like the whole world was holding its breath. Then I heard it, a faint rustling noise, like something or someone was moving just outside the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I listened closely, but the noise stopped. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe a branch scraping against the cabin, but it didn't sound like wind. It sounded deliberate, like something was trying to be quiet. I got up cautiously, walking over to the window. I peeked through the blinds, scanning the darkness outside. Nothing. The trees were still, and the path leading to the lake was empty. I stood there for a moment, waiting, but the noise didn't return. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but I also felt stupid. I was just being paranoid. It was nothing. I turned away from the window and went back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept tossing and turning, my mind racing. Every little sound outside made me tense up. The wind howling through the trees, the creaking of the cabin's walls, even the faint gurgle of the stream somewhere behind the cabin. It all felt amplified in the silence of the night. After what felt like hours, I finally drifted off, but my sleep was fitful, and I kept waking up every few minutes. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy but determined to enjoy the day. I made some coffee and sat out on the porch, taking in the view. The air was cool, and the sun was starting to rise, casting a warm glow over everything. It was beautiful, and for a moment, I forgot about the strange noises from the night before. I decided to take a walk through the woods to clear my head. The trail was narrow, winding through tall pines and thick underbrush. The ground was soft, covered in layers of fallen leaves, and the scent of pine sap filled the air. I wandered for what felt like hours, losing track of time. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional bird call. But even though the forest seemed peaceful, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stopped for a moment, looking around. There was no one. The forest was still, almost unnaturally so. My stomach twisted, but I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid again. I pressed on, but the feeling of unease never left me. When I returned to the cabin, it was already late afternoon. I was ready to relax again, but I couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. The day had been peaceful, but something was off. I spent the evening reading and cooking, but my mind kept drifting back to the forest, to the noise from the night before. That night, I made sure to lock the door and check the windows before going to bed. I wasn't sure why I felt the need to do it, but the idea of being out there in the middle of nowhere with no one around made me uneasy. I tried to push the thought aside and settle into bed. Once again, I woke up in the middle of the night, my heart racing. This time, the noise was louder, more distinct. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't a branch. It was something or someone moving outside. It wasn't subtle this time. It was a deliberate, slow movement, like someone was circling the cabin. I got up cautiously, my feet cold against the wooden floor. I didn't know what to do. The idea of confronting whatever it was outside terrified me. I grabbed the flashlight and crept over to the window. I shone the beam of light out into the darkness. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, a figure emerged from the trees, barely visible in the beam of light. It was tall, thin, and dressed in dark clothing, blending into the shadows. My heart skipped a beat. The figure didn't seem to notice the light. It moved slowly, deliberately, like it was searching for something or someone. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to hide, to lock myself in the bedroom and call for help. But there was no phone signal out here. I was completely alone. The figure moved closer, slowly making its way toward the front porch. I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing. What should I do? Should I confront it? Should I call the authorities? But even if I could get a signal, would they get here in time? I decided to stay quiet, hoping that whoever or whatever it was wouldn't see me. I pulled the blinds down as quietly as I could, trying to make myself as invisible as possible. I don't know how long I stayed there, crouched in the dark, listening to the sound of someone moving outside. But eventually, the figure stopped, just outside the front door. My breath caught in my throat. I could hear them breathing, slow and steady. Then, without warning, the figure turned and disappeared back into the trees. I drove up into the hills around mid-morning, trying to beat the rain that had been sitting low on the forecast for 3 straight days. The road wasn't paved after the last turn off the main highway, just gravel and dirt winding up through thick pine trees, past the occasional private property sign nailed to leaning wooden posts. I wasn't worried about trespassing. I had rented a small cabin through a site that listed off-grid properties for people who wanted peace and quiet. The listing had said it was about 10 miles from the nearest town, which was mostly a cluster of gas stations, a diner, and a few boarded-up shops. There was also a quarry nearby that hadn't operated in years, or at least that's what the owner told me in a message. I wasn't expecting anything fancy. I just wanted time alone, place to think. No internet, no phone signal, just the sound of wind through the trees, maybe some deer outside in the mornings. Took longer than I expected to find the place. The directions the guy sent were vague. I passed a turnoff 3 times before I noticed a hand-painted arrow on a tree, pointing up a narrow path that barely looked like a road. The cabin itself sat tucked back in the woods, barely visible until I was almost right on top of it. It looked like it hadn't been used much in the past few years. Dust on the windows, leaves piling against the walls, and a sag in the porch where the boards had warped with rain and time. The inside was better than I expected, though still very basic. 1 main room with a cot, a wood stove, and a small table. There was a kitchen with an old propane fridge and stove, a counter, and a sink that didn't work unless I poured water into the gravity-fed tank above it. No bathroom inside, just an outhouse behind the trees. A metal drum for rainwater sat by the side, half full. The smell of the woods was heavy in the air, wet bark, pine needles, and the faint rot of things growing too long in shade. That first day passed quietly. I unpacked a few things, walked the edge of the clearing behind the cabin, and tried to get a feel for the land. There were no signs of animals around the place, not even birds or squirrels, just trees and silence. It was almost too quiet. I remember thinking that. It wasn't until the second day that I heard the trucks. At first, I thought it was just distant thunder, a low rumble rolling over the hills, but it didn't stop. It had a rhythm to it, not nature, machines, the sound of large vehicles moving, stopping, and moving again. I figured it was coming from the quarry, the one that was supposed to be shut down. I climbed the ridge behind the cabin to get a better view. It wasn't a hard hike. The trees thinned near the top, and I could see down into the basin where the quarry sat like a giant open wound in the earth. There were machines down there, trucks, diggers, lights. Not many, maybe 3 or 4 vehicles total, but they were definitely active. Men moved between them, at least half a dozen. They didn't wear uniforms, no visible logos on the trucks either. Just plain clothes and heavy boots. I watched them for a while. They worked like they weren't in a rush but had a job to do. Methodical, digging, shifting, covering. That night I had trouble sleeping. Not because of the noise. That stopped after sunset. It was something else. A feeling I couldn't shake. Like the forest was watching me. I kept waking up thinking I heard footsteps outside. When I finally did sleep, I had dreams I couldn't remember clearly. Just flashes of dirt and darkness and cold metal. I woke up sweating. The next day, I thought about driving down to town, just to stretch my legs and grab a real meal. But something kept me from it. I wanted to see more of what those men were doing. I went back up the ridge, but this time I moved further along the tree line, staying low. I didn't want them to see me. I found a spot with a clear view through a break in the brush. They were still digging, but not deep. They were unearthing something, not mining rock. I watched as 2 of the men knelt beside a narrow trench. They pulled out something long, wrapped in tarp and plastic, and hauled it into a flatbed. It didn't move on its own. That was the moment I knew I wasn't supposed to be there. Not just at the quarry, not anywhere near it. Whatever they were doing, it wasn't legal, and I had seen it. I crawled back down the ridge as quietly as I could. Every crack of a twig made my heart jump. I packed my things in a hurry, deciding to leave first thing the next morning. It was already late afternoon, and the idea of driving those rough roads in the dark didn't sit right with me. That night, the trucks came closer. It started with the sound of tires on gravel. Not fast, just steady. A low growl as an engine climbed the road past the turnoff toward the cabin. I killed the lantern and sat by the window, barely breathing. Headlights flickered through the trees. A truck slowed near the edge of the clearing, paused, then turned around and went back the way it came. It didn't stop, didn't pull in. But someone in that truck knew the cabin was there. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed dressed, bag packed, sitting on the edge of the cot with a knife I'd brought for camp cooking in one hand. Every sound outside made me flinch. Wind in the trees, a branch snapping, something brushing against the cabin wall. At dawn, I left. The road was muddy from rain. I kept my foot light on the gas, trying not to spin the tires on the wet gravel. I passed the turnoff to the quarry and saw fresh tire marks in the mud. The tracks were wide, heavy duty, but they hadn't been there the first day. Someone had driven up there recently, maybe in the night. About 5 miles down, I saw a pickup parked in the trees off the side of the road. No one inside, hood cold, but there were footprints, boot tracks in the mud, leading into the woods. Not toward the quarry, not toward any trails, just in. I didn't stop. I made it back to the highway by mid-morning and drove straight to the nearest gas station. I filled up, bought a coffee, and sat in the parking lot for almost an hour, trying to decide if I should say anything, call someone, report what I saw. In the end, I didn't. I couldn't prove anything. No photos, no video, just a strange feeling, some trucks, and a wrapped bundle I couldn't identify. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe they were clearing old equipment. Maybe the tarp held something boring, metal beams, rusted tools. Maybe I'd let the isolation get to me. But 2 weeks later, a news story broke about a man found dead near that same quarry. A hunter found the body in a shallow ditch, face covered in plastic. No ID, no missing person report that matched. Just a cold case. No suspects. I stared at the photo of the area in the article and felt sick. It was taken from the ridge behind the cabin. The same ridge I had stood on, looking down. They had found the body only a few hundred feet from where I'd been watching. I didn't say anything then either. I haven't told anyone until now. But I still think about it. That sound of tires outside the cabin. The truck idling just beyond the trees. The way those men moved around the pit like they'd done it 100 times before. Careful, quiet, like they weren't just hiding what they were doing, they were used to hiding it. I haven't gone back into the woods since, and I never will. I had always been a fan of the idea of getting away from everything, a break from the noise of daily life. A cabin deep in the woods seemed like the perfect solution. No distractions, no people, just the quiet and the trees. I wasn't one for big groups or wild parties. I wanted peace. I wanted to be alone with my thoughts, and the idea of being out there, in the middle of nowhere, was appealing. I didn't really care about the isolation. In fact, I looked forward to it. It was supposed to be the perfect retreat. The cabin was located in a remote area in the forest, a place so quiet that even the wind seemed to hold its breath as it passed through the tall trees. The nearest town was at least 2 hours away, and I wasn't even sure what the nearest neighbor was, to be honest. The road to the cabin was narrow and winding, lined with tall pines on either side. I had to navigate it carefully, the wheels of my car kicking up dust as I bumped along the gravel. When I finally arrived, the cabin was exactly as I imagined it. Weathered, secluded, and small. There was a front porch with an old rocking chair, a chimney poking up from the roof, and a few windows that didn't let much light in. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to find at a resort, but that was exactly the charm of it. It looked abandoned, but I knew it wasn't. The owner, an older man who had lived here most of his life, had assured me the place was perfectly fine. I parked in front, grabbed my bags, and made my way up to the door. The smell of pine and earth was thick in the air, and I took a deep breath as I stepped onto the creaky wooden floor of the porch. There was something about this place that felt heavy, but in a way that was strangely comforting. The kind of weight that comes with being far from civilization. I had everything I needed. A small stove for cooking, a basic fridge, a couple of beds, and a simple bathroom. The cabin wasn't luxurious, but it didn't need to be. I wasn't there for luxury. I was there for solitude. I spent the first few hours just unpacking and getting comfortable. The light outside began to fade as the sun set behind the trees. The air grew cooler, and I decided it was time to light the stove. The heat from the fire felt good, and as I settled in with a book, the crackling of the flames was the only sound that broke the stillness. But as night settled in, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't anything specific, just a feeling, a sense that I wasn't alone even though I was. The air felt heavier, like something was watching. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity of the place, but the feeling lingered. I tried to shake it off. I figured I was just being paranoid, and the cabin, isolated as it was, seemed completely still. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound except for the wind in the trees. The first night passed without incident. I slept restlessly, the old bed creaking under my weight. But the next morning, I woke up early, and that's when it started to feel real. That's when I began to notice the oddities. First, it was small things. A door that I could have sworn I'd closed the night before, but now it was open. The window that I remembered locking, but now it was slightly ajar. It wasn't much, just things that made me pause and double-check. Still, I brushed it off. I wasn't going to let a few odd occurrences ruin my retreat. I spent the day exploring the woods, taking a long walk along a trail that wound through the trees. There was something calming about the forest, even though it seemed so vast, so endless. Felt like nothing could touch me here. The thought brought me some peace. When I returned to the cabin in the afternoon, I felt much better. I started a small fire and made some dinner. But when the sun set, the air around the cabin seemed to change. It grew colder and the wind began to pick up. The trees outside groaned and whispered. I could hear them moving against each other, the branches scraping against one another like fingers. I had just finished eating when I heard something outside. It wasn't a noise I recognized. It was a light, shuffling sound, like footsteps, but not quite. It came from somewhere behind the cabin, from the thick woods. My first instinct was to chalk it up to animals. Deer maybe, or a raccoon. I'd heard them before when I'd camped, but this sounded different, more deliberate, more human. I stood up, my heart suddenly racing, and went over to the window. I looked out, but I couldn't see anything in the growing darkness. The trees were thick, and the only light came from the flickering fire inside. The night seemed deeper than it had before, as if the world outside the cabin was darker, more alive in some unsettling way. I told myself I was just being foolish. It was nothing, probably an animal. But then I heard it again. This time it was closer, like whoever or whatever was out there was moving toward the cabin. I froze. The sound stopped. Everything went still. I waited, straining my ears, trying to hear something, anything. But there was only the soft rustle of the wind, and then silence. The kind of silence that pressed in around you, making your ears ring. I didn't know what to do. The logical part of me told me to lock the door, turn off the lights, and wait until morning. But another part of me felt curious. Maybe it was just someone lost. A hiker, perhaps, who had wandered too far into the woods. The isolation of the cabin made me question everything I'd heard. Maybe I was imagining things. The hours passed. I eventually decided to go to bed. I wasn't going to get any sleep, but I figured I'd at least try. I turned off the lights and crawled under the covers, the weight of the night pressing down on me. The wind howled outside, and I couldn't help but feel that something was out there, just waiting. I needed space, real space, not the kind you get from taking walks around the block or turning off your phone for a few hours. I needed to get away from the constant noise of the city, the deadlines, the people, the traffic, the pressure. I had been stuck on the same 3 chapters of my novel for weeks, maybe longer, and I couldn't even look at the pages anymore without getting frustrated. So I did something I had been thinking about for a while. I rented a cabin. Not a cozy lake house with internet and a welcome basket. A real, bare-bones cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho. No cell service, no neighbors, no distractions. That was the idea anyway. I found it on a site that listed off-grid vacation homes. The pictures made it look rustic but solid, with stove, a single bed, propane lanterns, and a desk with a window that looked out into thick pine trees. It was exactly what I thought I needed. Just me, my laptop, and nature. The guy who owned it was a retired surveyor who lived in the nearest town, about 20 miles south. He emailed me some basic instructions, said there was a small spring nearby with potable water, and warned me that once I was out there, I'd be completely alone. That was the selling point, honestly. I got there in the early afternoon, parked my car where the rough dirt road ended, and hiked about a quarter mile to the cabin with my backpack, laptop, solar charger, food supplies, and a small cooler full of perishables. The trail was faint but manageable, winding between tall trees and moss-covered boulders. The cabin sat in a small clearing on a rise, hidden from any roads or trails. It was quiet in a way that felt like a vacuum. No distant planes, no cars, no voices. Just wind in the trees and the occasional chirp or rustle from birds or squirrels. Inside, the cabin was smaller than I expected, but clean. A single room with a bed against one wall, a wood stove in the corner, a battered desk under the window, a shelf with a few dishes and dry goods, and a small cabinet with a chemical toilet tucked away behind a curtain. No running water, no electricity, just a few solar-powered lanterns and a manual water pump hooked to a big rain barrel beside the porch. It was all manageable, a little rougher than I was used to, but I was determined to embrace the experience. The first day went by peacefully. I unpacked, organized my supplies, swept out the cabin even though it didn't need it, and started outlining chapters for the novel. I didn't write anything serious, just brainstormed. Mostly I stared out the window, soaking in the silence. I felt like I had done the right thing. I cooked a simple meal on a propane burner, lit a lantern, and went to bed early. The air was cold, but the sleeping bag was warm, and I slept well. The second day, I got into more of a rhythm. I wrote for a few hours in the morning, went for a short walk to explore the area, and collected some water from the spring. I brought a hand-crank water filter so I felt safe using the water source. Tasted clean and cold. I followed a game trail for a while and found signs of deer, tracks, droppings, chewed shrubs. I was surprised by how quickly the forest swallowed up any trace of me. Within a few dozen yards, I couldn't even see the clearing where the cabin sat. I made sure to mark trees with a pocket knife so I could find my way back. When I returned that afternoon, something about the cabin felt different, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just how the light had changed. The shadows were longer, and the air had that sharp, piney bite that made everything feel still. I shook off the feeling and kept writing. I made progress on the novel that day, real progress. It was the first time in weeks that I had something worth saving. I cooked again, read for a while, and went to bed early. But that night I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't the cold. I was used to that by now. It was something else. I kept waking up every hour or so, half listening, like my ears were trying to tell me something I couldn't quite catch. Once or twice I thought I heard branches snapping outside, but when I sat up and held my breath, there was only silence. I didn't get out of bed to check. I didn't feel scared exactly, just unsettled. On the third day, I was deep into writing when I heard a sound outside that didn't fit. It was late morning, bright and clear. Birds had been chirping earlier, but now it was dead quiet. The sound came again, a muffled thump, like something heavy falling onto soft ground. Not a branch snapping or a squirrel jumping. Something bigger. I went to the window, but I couldn't see much through the trees. Nothing was moving. I figured maybe a deer had passed through. I kept writing, but I couldn't focus. My ears were tuned to every creak and gust of wind. A few hours later, I went outside to stretch and check the spring. That's when I noticed it, the faint outline of a footprint in the soft dirt near the path. Not a boot print, not a deer track, a bare human foot, adult-sized, just one, near the edge of the clearing, facing the trees. The heel had sunk in deep. I stood over it for a long time, not sure what to do. My first thought was that maybe I had left it there myself, but I had never walked around barefoot. The ground was too rough and it was too cold at night. My second thought was that someone else had been there, maybe another hiker or a local out for a walk. But I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. And who walks barefoot in the woods this far from the road? I didn't sleep well that night either. I locked the cabin door, even though it was just a simple latch, and stacked my cooler in front of it. I kept the hatchet I used for firewood next to the bed. I told myself it was just a precaution. I didn't want to overreact, but I listened harder that night. Every creak in the wood, every gust of wind against the walls. I was jumpy, and it didn't go away in the morning. I tried to focus on writing again, but I was distracted. I started hearing more noises during the day. Faint thuds, the rustle of branches, the occasional sharp crack like someone stepping on a dry twig. At one point, I thought I heard something tapping against the back wall of the cabin. When I went outside, there was nothing there. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, searching for more tracks. I found another footprint behind the cabin, near the rain barrel. Again, a bare foot, same size. No sign of shoes, no discarded clothes, no bags, nothing. Just the footprint, half faded from the morning dew. It didn't make sense. If someone was wandering around barefoot, where were they sleeping? Where were their supplies? And why hadn't they knocked on the door? That night was the worst. I went to bed early but lay awake for hours. Around midnight, I heard it. the distinct sound of footsteps in the leaves outside. Not an animal, not the wind. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. My breathing got tight. I didn't move. I just lay there, frozen. I heard the steps circle the front porch. Then silence. I wanted to look through the window, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. I just waited. Every second felt like a minute. I held the hatchet in my hand, heart thudding so hard I could hear it. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion. In the morning, I went outside. The cooler had been moved a few inches. Nothing inside was taken, but the lid was slightly ajar. There were no footprints this time, the ground was dry, but the feeling hadn't changed. I wasn't alone out there. I had that certainty in my gut now. I decided to cut the trip short. I had planned to stay for a full week, but it was day 5 and I had enough. I packed everything, loaded my backpack, shut up the cabin, and started back down the trail toward the car. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Halfway down the trail, maybe 100 yards from the cabin, I saw a tree with fresh cuts in the bark, not natural ones. Deep slices, maybe made with a knife or a blade. 5 of them evenly spaced like tally marks. And next to them, another bare footprint. This one facing the trail, as if someone had been standing there, watching. I didn't stop. I didn't take pictures. I walked faster, almost running by the time I reached the car. I kept checking over my shoulder the entire drive back to town. I never reported anything. What would I say? That I found a couple footprints and thought someone was watching me in the woods? There was no proof. Nothing was taken. Nothing was broken. But something was wrong out there. Back home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I looked up the area online. No reports of missing people. No crimes. But on an old hiking forum, I found a post from someone who had stayed in that same area a year earlier. They mentioned strange sounds at night and the feeling of being followed. They also left early. I never went back to finish the stay. I never contacted the owner. I couldn't even bring myself to open the file with the chapters 1 wrote out there. Whatever was in those woods, whoever was out there, they weren't trying to be found. And I was lucky I didn't find them. I wanted to get away to be alone. I just didn't realize I already wasn't. I'd been working non-stop for over a year without more than a couple days off at a time. Long shifts, late nights, and early mornings all started to blend together, and I could feel the stress chewing through me a little more every week. I didn't have much of a social life anymore, and the city noise that used to just fade into the background had become this constant, high-pitched irritation I couldn't shake. I needed a break, and I needed it somewhere quiet, far from people, traffic, phones, and anything else that could remind me of work or the city. I started searching for a cabin to rent. I didn't want one of those fancy modern places with satellite TVs and jacuzzi tubs. I wanted something old, basic, preferably without cell service. Just a roof, 4 walls, and enough room to clear my head for a few days. I found one in an online listing that didn't even have many photos, just a short description and a few blurry shots from what looked like a decade ago. A small wooden cabin near a lake in northern Michigan, about 2 hours from the nearest town. No Wi-Fi, no TV, and barely even electricity. It looked perfect. I booked it for a full week in mid-October. I didn't want to go during summer when everyone was out in the woods with their boats and coolers. I wanted to be alone, and early October was late enough that most people had packed it in for the season. The owner gave me directions through email and told me to bring enough food and supplies because the nearest gas station was nearly an hour away. I packed simple stuff: canned food, pasta, a cooler with ice, water, a flashlight, a camp stove just in case, and a first aid kit. I tossed in some clothes for cold weather, a sleeping bag, a small hatchet, and my hunting knife, though I didn't plan on hunting. Just felt right to have it out there. I filled up the tank and hit the road early on a Sunday morning, leaving the noise and gray concrete behind. The drive took me about 5 hours from home. As I got closer, the roads narrowed, and the woods grew thicker. My GPS dropped out halfway there, so I had to rely on the printed directions the owner emailed me. The last 10 miles were a dirt road, filled with potholes and tire tracks half sunk into old mud. I drove slowly, passing nothing but trees on both sides, a few abandoned-looking shacks, and then nothing at all. No power lines, no signs, no mailboxes, just woods and sky. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked almost exactly like the pictures. Small, wooden, set back a little from the edge of a quiet, glassy lake. The water was still, dark, and surrounded by pines and leafless maples. A small wooden dock jutted out into the lake, and a canoe was flipped upside down beside it. The cabin had one small window in the front and a metal chimney sticking out of the roof. There was a wooden door with a rusted handle and a firewood pile stacked beside it. No other cabins, houses, or buildings in sight, just woods and silence. Inside was just as basic. One small table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove in the corner, a small cot with a thin mattress, and some old pots hanging from nails in the wall. A shelf held a few dusty cans of food, a lantern, and some matches. The floor creaked with every step, and the air inside smelled like old pine and smoke. I put my gear down, cracked a window to let some fresh air in, and sat on the edge of the bed. It was exactly what I needed. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked, stacked some of the firewood, and walked around the lake a little. I didn't see a single person or even a trail. I sat on the dock that evening, watching the water reflect the orange sky as the sun went down. The air got colder quickly. I went back in, started a small fire in the stove, ate a can of beef stew, and fell asleep early. By the second day, I started to settle into the rhythm. No clocks, no emails, no traffic. Just the sound of birds, the wind in the trees, and the occasional splash from the lake. I brought a book, and I read a few chapters while sipping instant coffee that tasted like cardboard. Around noon, I heard a faint noise that didn't belong. It sounded like something crunching through the leaves across the lake, maybe on the other side. I looked up, but the trees were too thick to see anything clearly. It didn't bother me. Probably a deer or maybe even a moose. I went back to reading. That night, I went to sleep around 10. The fire had died down, but I was bundled in layers and didn't mind the cold. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up with a weird feeling, like something had moved nearby. I didn't hear anything at first, just stillness. Then I heard a sound outside, not an animal sound, but a single sharp knock, like something hitting the side of the cabin. Came once, then silence. I sat up slowly and listened. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing. I figured maybe something had fallen from a tree and hit the wall, or maybe a branch scraped the side in the wind. Still, I reached for my flashlight, shined it toward the door, and listened for a long while before laying back down. Eventually, I fell asleep again. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. I didn't see anything unusual. No footprints, no fallen branches. I pushed it out of my mind and hiked out along the woods for a few miles, following the lake. I came across an old wooden rowboat turned upside down, almost completely covered in leaves and dirt, about a mile down the shore. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. I didn't see any paths or signs of people nearby. I felt a little uneasy, but that faded once I got back and warmed up by the fire. That evening, I stayed inside. I played cards by myself at the table and wrote a few notes in a small notebook I'd brought. I didn't sleep as well. I kept waking up and thinking I heard small noises outside. Crunching leaves, faint snaps, like twigs being stepped on. Nothing loud, nothing clear. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I hadn't been that far from civilization in years, and the quiet was probably just messing with me. But on the 4th day, I noticed something I couldn't ignore. I woke up and went outside to relieve myself near the edge of the woods. When I turned around to head back in, I noticed footprints in the soft dirt beside the cabin. Human footprints. They weren't mine. They were from boots wider than mine and with a different sole pattern. They led from the back of the cabin to the side window, the same window I'd left cracked open that first day. Then they looped around to the front, right up to the door. I froze for a long time, just staring. I looked around but didn't see anyone. I called out instinctively, not expecting an answer, and listened. Nothing. I followed the tracks. They led down toward the lake and disappeared into the grass and leaves near the canoe. I checked the canoe, but it hadn't been moved. Then I checked my supplies inside the cabin. Nothing was missing, but something felt wrong. I didn't leave the matches on the table. I always put them back on the shelf. One of the canned beans had been moved. The firewood pile had been shifted. Someone had been inside. I didn't have cell service, but I still pulled out my phone to check. No bars. I kept it with me anyway, clipped to my belt. I thought about packing up and leaving early, but I'd have to drive nearly an hour before hitting a paved road. I decided to stay, but I brought the hatchet inside with me, kept the lantern lit longer, and pushed a chair against the door. That night was the longest of my life. I barely slept. I sat in the cot with the hatchet across my lap, ears straining at every sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard movement again. Slow, steady footsteps outside. Crunch, crunch, then silence. Then something brushed against the wall. Another pause, and then the handle of the front door moved. Just slightly, a soft metal click, then nothing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. After maybe 5 minutes, I heard the footsteps retreat. Fainter this time, then gone. I stayed frozen until dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I saw new prints. Same boots. They had circled the cabin again. I followed them down to the lake. This time, they led to the canoe and stopped. But the canoe hadn't moved. That's when I realized whoever it was had walked into the water. The prints went right up to the shoreline and disappeared. I looked out over the lake. It was completely still. No ripples, no movement. That was enough. I packed my bag in under 10 minutes, threw everything into the truck, and started driving. As I backed out, I glanced in the mirror and froze. Someone was standing at the edge of the lake, where the footprints had ended. Just standing, far enough that I couldn't see details, but close enough to tell it was a man. Not moving, just watching. I didn't stop. I drove until I hit pavement, then didn't stop again until I reached a gas station with service. I called the cabin owner and told him what happened. He said nobody else was supposed to be out there. He hadn't rented any nearby properties, and the land around the cabin was all privately owned. I gave a report to the local sheriff, who said they'd look into it, but I never heard back. I never went back either. To this day, I don't know who that man was, or how long he'd been watching. I don't know if he was living in the woods, squatting in an old shack nearby, or just passing through. But the way started as a break from everything. I had been working a desk job for nearly 6 years without more than a few days off at a time, and the stress had begun to eat at me. The fluorescent lights, the endless meetings, the tight deadlines. All of it felt like it was pressing down on my chest every day. I didn't want to burn out completely, so I asked for some time off. My boss reluctantly gave me 2 weeks. I didn't want to go anywhere touristy. I didn't want hotels or guided tours. I wanted quiet, stillness, somewhere remote. I found an old cabin rental listing online, a privately owned log cabin way up north, off a road called Frozen Pine. The pictures showed a single dirt driveway disappearing into the trees and a small wooden structure surrounded by snow-covered pines. The owner lived out of state and said I'd be left completely alone. There was no internet, no neighbors, no one within a few miles. That sounded perfect. I packed up enough food and supplies for the 2 weeks. I brought plenty of firewood, a backup generator, a first aid kit, and some basic tools. I also brought my handgun, something I didn't use much, but I kept it locked up at home just in case. Being that far away from people, I figured it couldn't hurt to bring. The drive out took nearly 8 hours. By the time I turned off onto Frozen Pine Road, the sun had already dropped low behind the trees. The road was barely wide enough for my truck, and the snow made it worse. I had to crawl along at barely 10 miles an hour, trying not to slide into the ditches on either side. It felt like I was entering a place time had forgotten. The trees were thick and tall, and there were no tire tracks ahead of me. I reached the cabin just as the last bit of light faded. It looked like it hadn't been touched in a long time. The porch was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the roof had icicles hanging like knives from the edge. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and was immediately hit by how cold it was. I spent the first hour starting a fire in the wood stove and unpacking some food. The place was small, just a single room with a bed, a table, a small kitchen setup, and the stove. There was a separate outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin. The first few days passed peacefully. I read a book, drank coffee, and chopped wood. I stayed inside mostly, but I did take some short walks through the trees. I saw a few deer tracks in the snow and heard the occasional woodpecker, but for the most part, it was completely silent. I didn't realize how much I'd missed the sound of nothing. But on the fourth night, something felt different. I woke up in the middle of the night for no real reason. The fire was down to coals, and the cabin was cold. I sat up to throw more wood into the stove, and as I stood, I felt this odd prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like something was wrong, but I couldn't name it. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. I went outside to relieve myself and noticed fresh snow had fallen. Everything looked untouched. No tracks, no movement, just a smooth white blanket over everything. I stood there for a moment, staring out into the dark line of trees. My ears were ringing with silence. Then, just as I turned to go back inside, I heard something. A faint crunch. Not close, maybe 50 feet away, but it was definitely snow being stepped on. I froze. I listened hard, heart starting to race. Then another crunch, and another. It wasn't an animal, the steps were too slow, too heavy. It sounded like someone walking. I stood completely still for what felt like a full minute. The steps stopped. I went back inside and locked the door. The next morning, I checked the area around the cabin. There were no tracks, not even mine from the night before. The fresh snow must have kept falling all night and covered everything up. I tried to tell myself maybe it had just been a branch breaking or an animal I couldn't see, but I knew what footsteps in snow sounded like, and those were footsteps. I decided to be more alert after that. I kept the handgun closer, not out, but on the table instead of in my duffel bag. I also started locking the door even during the day, something I hadn't done at first. 2 nights later, I found the first sign I wasn't alone. It was just past midnight. I couldn't sleep again. I had the fire going low, and I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling when I heard a light scraping sound. I sat up slowly. The noise came again, not from the woods, from the wall behind me. A slow, dragging sound along the wood siding, like something dull being run across it. I waited, holding my breath, and then it stopped. I got up, grabbed the gun, and went to the window. I couldn't see anything, just snow and trees. I opened the front door slowly and stepped outside. My boots crunched the snow loudly in the quiet. I walked around the cabin in a wide circle, looking for prints. On the back wall, just under the window, I found a line in the snow, about 3 feet long. Something had been dragged, but no footprints. None. Just that single mark. Like someone had brushed something heavy along the ground and then vanished. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I seriously thought about leaving, but the road out was covered in snow, and I didn't trust my truck to make it back without getting stuck. I told myself I'd wait 1 more day, maybe 2. If anything else happened, I'd pack and try to leave no matter what. The following night, something else did happen. I was asleep this time, deep asleep, when I was jolted awake by a loud bang. My eyes flew open, and I sat up in bed. Another bang, then silence. I grabbed the gun and went to the window. Nothing. I waited, barely breathing. Then another bang from the back of the cabin. I turned off the lantern so I wouldn't be backlit and crept to the rear window. I tried to look through the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything clearly. I stood there for 10 minutes, heart thudding. Nothing else happened. When morning came, I went outside. I found it immediately. The door to the outhouse was wide open. I always kept it shut, even latched, because the wind would otherwise swing it open. But there it was, creaking slightly in the morning breeze. I walked slowly toward it. Inside, everything was normal except for one thing. A boot print, not mine. It was larger, narrower, a different tread, and it was fresh. That was enough for me. I went back inside and started packing. I didn't care if the road was bad, I was leaving. I loaded everything into the truck and went to start it. The engine cranked once, twice, then died. I tried again. Same thing. The battery was dead. Or something else was wrong. I popped the hood and checked everything I could. The cables were fine. The terminals were clean. Nothing made sense. It was then I noticed something in the snow behind the truck. More boot prints. This time they were all around the truck, leading to the driver's side, to the engine, to the back. They circled it like someone had been walking around it in the dark. But here's the thing. I hadn't seen them when I came out that morning. They weren't fresh. They'd been there for a while. They were partially filled with snow. Whoever had been out there had come while I was sleeping and spent time around my truck. I ran back inside, slammed the door, and pushed the small table in front of it. I kept the gun loaded and nearby. I didn't know if I should light the fire or stay in the cold to avoid drawing attention, but I couldn't stand the cold, so I lit it anyway. Every hour I looked out each window. I never saw anyone, but I knew someone had been watching me, maybe for days, maybe since the first night. I stayed awake for the next 2 nights. On the 3rd day, I decided to try walking out. It would be at least 10 miles through deep snow. I packed a bag, loaded with water, food, and my gun. I dressed in every layer I had and wrote a note in case someone found the cabin. I left just after sunrise. The walk was brutal. The snow was up to my knees, and every step drained me. I followed the road, hoping I'd reach a ranger station or a passing snowplow. After 4 hours, I started to feel lightheaded from exhaustion. But then I saw it, tire tracks, fresh, heading toward me. A pickup came around the bend a few minutes later. It was a local man doing work for the county. He stopped, saw the state I was in, and helped me climb into the truck. He drove me back to town. I told him everything I could in simple terms. He didn't say much, just nodded and said, "That road doesn't get many visitors." The sheriff's department went out to the cabin a few days later. They found the prints, the cabin intact, but nothing else. No sign of anyone else. Nothing stolen. No damage. Just the marks in the snow. They said it might have been a drifter or a squatter. Maybe someone living off the grid. But they didn't find them. I never went back. The rental listing disappeared not long after that. I don't know if the owner took it down or if something else happened, but I didn't check. What I do know is this: someone was out there. Someone watched me. Someone moved around my cabin at night. They tried to keep me there, maybe by killing the battery or messing with the truck. They didn't try to break in. They didn't try to confront me. They just stayed close. I'd always loved being out in nature, away from everything. The quiet, the air, the feeling of being disconnected from the hustle and bustle of daily life. A few months back, I found a small cabin for rent out in the woods, far enough from town that no one would bother me. The place was perfect, old but solid, just enough space for me to escape. I'd been planning to go there for weeks, knowing it would be the perfect chance to clear my mind. When I finally arrived, I was filled with excitement. It was mid-autumn, the trees around the cabin in various shades of red and gold, the air crisp but not too cold. The place sat nestled in a valley surrounded by tall, thick trees. It was beautiful, and I could already feel the stress leaving my body as I took a deep breath, taking in the cool, fresh air. The cabin itself was small, just one room with a loft above. A stone fireplace on one wall, old wooden furniture scattered about, a few rugs thrown on the wooden floors to give it a bit of warmth. It was a charming place, but there was something about it that felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. That night, after I unpacked and started a fire in the hearth, I sat by the window, watching the sun set behind the mountains. It was peaceful, too peaceful almost. The silence felt heavy, as if the forest around the cabin was holding its breath. I shook it off as just the nerves of being in a new place. It had been a long drive, and I was probably just tired. I got to bed early, falling asleep under the thick blankets. The first few hours were peaceful. The only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and the wind rustling through the trees outside. But then, just as I was starting to drift into a deep sleep, I heard something, a noise that made me sit up in bed, heart pounding. A knock. It was faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the wind. But then it came again, louder this time, a distinct, solid knock on the front door. I froze, unsure of what to do. I hadn't seen a single person since I'd arrived. The nearest neighbor was miles away. The knocking continued, 3 more times, each louder than the last. I got up slowly, trying to steady my breathing, unsure if I should open the door or not. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to ignore it if someone needed help. I grabbed a flashlight, shining it through the window next to the door. Nothing, no movement. I stepped back, staring at the dark outline of the door, listening. Felt like everything was so still, so quiet again. Then came the sound of footsteps, faint shuffle, the crunch of leaves underfoot. I rushed to the other side of the cabin, looking out of the window in the back. Nothing, just trees, just the darkness of the forest surrounding me. I don't know why I decided to open the door. Maybe I was too curious, maybe just too anxious from the silence. But I did. I stood there for a moment, hand on the doorknob, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers. And when I opened it, there was no one there. Just the night, empty and silent, the cold air rushing in, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. My heart was still racing, my hands trembling as I closed the door and locked it. I double-checked the windows and made sure everything was secure before retreating to the bed. I couldn't explain what had happened. Maybe I'd been imagining it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next morning, I brushed it off, telling myself I'd just been hearing things. After all, the woods are quiet, and the wind plays tricks on you sometimes. I spent the day exploring the surrounding area, hiking down to the nearby stream, and checking out some of the old logging roads that wound through the forest. The woods were beautiful, as always, and I could almost forget the strange experience from the night before. That night, though, the same feeling returned. The cabin was still, too still. The air was thick. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the book in my hands, the crackle of the fire. But the silence was oppressive. Felt like it was waiting for something. And then the knocking started again. This time I was prepared. I didn't move immediately, didn't jump to the door. I waited. The knocks were different this time, faster, more insistent. There was a pause between them, but it wasn't long enough to reassure me. They kept coming, louder than before. 3 knocks, another pause, 3 more. I stood frozen, my eyes fixed on the door. I knew no one should be out there, but there was something in me that was telling me not to open it. I waited, my hand shaking as I gripped the flashlight again. The knocking continued, now accompanied by more movement outside, more shuffling of feet. It wasn't just someone knocking. Someone was walking around the cabin. I could hear the crunch of leaves, the sound of footsteps circling. My heart began to race, and the walls felt like they were closing in. The sound stopped, complete silence. For a moment, I just stood there, listening. The fire crackled in the hearth, and outside, I could hear the wind rustling the branches. Then came the most unsettling sound of all, the whisper. It was faint, just on the edge of hearing, but unmistakable. The whisper seemed to come from outside the cabin, but it wasn't clear enough to make out any words. Just a soft, slithering sound that made my skin crawl. I backed away from the door, my legs weak. I wanted to leave. I wanted to pack up and get in my car and drive away. But the car was parked a good distance from the cabin, and I couldn't shake the feeling that if I went outside, I'd find something waiting for me. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor, pressed against the wall, flashlight in hand. The whispers, the knocks, the footsteps, they didn't stop. They continued, relentless, until eventually, at some point in the early morning hours, the sounds faded away. I didn't sleep, couldn't. I was too on edge, too terrified to close my eyes. By dawn, I packed up my things. I couldn't stay another night. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was wrong. Something had been out there circling the cabin, watching me. I left as soon as the sun rose, speeding down the dirt road back to the main highway. I didn't stop until I was miles away from the cabin, where I finally pulled over to catch my breath. It took me a long time before I could even bring myself to think about going back to the cabin. I eventually did, though, months later. The cabin was still there, still standing. The door still locked, and I didn't hear a single knock, not a sound, not a whisper. But I know it's out there. The thing I heard, the thing that watched me that night. It never left. It's always out there, in the woods, waiting. It was late October when I decided to rent a cabin in the woods for a week. I had a lot on my mind. Life back in the city had gotten too loud, too fast, and too full of things I couldn't control. I had lost my job a few weeks before, and even though I'd been telling everyone I needed the time off, the truth was that I didn't know what to do next. I just needed to go somewhere quiet, somewhere far away from people and noise. I wanted the kind of silence you only get in the middle of nowhere. I found the cabin online. It wasn't part of any resort or campground, just a small place someone had listed privately. The photos showed a plain wooden structure deep in the forest, surrounded by tall trees and nothing else. No other cabins nearby, no trails, just trees, a gravel road, and a wide front porch facing the woods. The cabin had no TV, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal. That was part of the appeal. I wanted to shut everything out. The listing mentioned a wood stove, a well for water, a small gas generator, and a shed with firewood and tools. It was cheap too, probably because of how isolated it was. That should have been a warning sign, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. I drove there in my old SUV, a long 7-hour drive into the mountains. The roads narrowed the further I went. The last stretch was a twisting gravel path that climbed into thick woods. Trees crowded both sides of the road, and I didn't see another car the entire time. No gas stations, no houses, just forest. When I reached the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The air felt colder up there, and the sky was gray. The cabin looked just like the pictures. Small, simple, square. One story, a front porch, a tin roof. There was a small outhouse about 20 feet to the side. A rusted axe leaned against the porch railing, and a metal bucket sat beside the steps. The shed was off to the back, maybe 30 yards from the cabin, its roof half covered in moss. Everything was quiet. The wind barely moved the trees. I stepped out of the car, stretched my legs, and looked around. I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no rustling in the trees, not even the sound of water, just dead stillness. At first, I liked it. I took it in, breathed deep, but something in that silence felt heavier than I expected. I unlocked the cabin and stepped inside. The air inside was cold and smelled like old wood and dust. The cabin had one main room with a wood stove in the corner, a small table, a couple of chairs, and a bed pushed up against the far wall. A shelf held a few supplies, cans of food, matches, candles. There was no bathroom inside, just a plastic water container on the counter and a hand pump near the sink. A door in the back led to a tiny room with a cot and some shelves. The place was rough, but it had what I needed. I unpacked, lit a fire in the stove, and settled in. I figured I'd spend the first day just getting used to the place. I read a book by candlelight, made some soup from a can, and sat on the porch as it got dark. There were no stars that night. The clouds covered everything. I couldn't see the moon either, and without any lights around, the woods went pitch black by 8 p.m. That first night, I didn't sleep well. It wasn't the cold. I had thick blankets and the fire kept the place warm enough. It was the silence. Real silence. The kind you don't notice until you realize there's no hum of traffic, no power lines, no people anywhere. Just nothing. Every small sound the cabin made felt too loud. A board creaked. The fire crackled. I kept waking up, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard something outside. I'd sit up, listen hard, wait, then lie back down. It went on like that all night. I told myself it was just my mind adjusting to being alone. I'd get used to it. The next day, I took a walk around the property. There wasn't much to see. The forest just stretched in every direction, the trees tall and packed tightly. The shed out back held stacks of chopped wood, some rusty tools, and a couple of jugs of gas for the generator. I found some old boot prints in the dirt behind the shed, probably from the owner. The prints were deep, spaced far apart. Maybe they'd come by to restock the woodpile recently. Still, I couldn't help but feel like the place had been left alone for a long time. The tools were rusted, the axe blade chipped, the gas cans dented and dusty. Everything looked untouched. By the third night, the feeling that something was off had gotten worse. It was hard to explain. The woods didn't feel right. They were too quiet, too still. I kept expecting to hear something, birds, squirrels, anything, but I never did. The only sound at night was the wind, and even that came in sudden bursts, like something was moving through the trees. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. The fire had died down to a few red coals, and the room was cold. Then I heard it, a thud, a soft, low noise, like something hitting the side of the cabin. I sat up in bed, heart racing. I waited, listening. Nothing. Then another sound, this time a scrape, like something dragging along the porch. I didn't move. I just sat there, frozen, staring at the door. I didn't have a gun, just a knife in my bag. I didn't even know if I locked the door before going to bed. After a few minutes, everything went quiet again. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some animal, but I didn't sleep again that night. I just lay there, eyes wide, ears straining, waiting for another sound that never came. The next morning, I checked the porch. I didn't see anything out of place. No tracks, no marks on the door. I stepped into the woods a little, trying to shake off the fear, but I couldn't. I kept turning around. Sure, someone was watching me. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling wouldn't go away. That day, I noticed something else. The generator, which I had been using for an hour each evening to charge my flashlight and cook, wasn't where I left it. It had been near the back of the cabin, covered with a tarp. Now the tarp was gone, and the generator had been dragged a few feet to the side, like someone had tried to move it. I hadn't touched it since the day before. I checked it over. Nothing was broken or missing. The gas can was still full, but the drag marks in the dirt were clear. Something or someone had moved it. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want the glow to make me an easy target. I sat in the dark, flashlight off, listening. I kept the knife on my lap. Hours passed. I might have dozed off, but I jerked awake just after midnight when I heard something outside again. Footsteps. Not animal steps, too heavy, too slow. They came up the porch. I heard the wood creak under weight. Then silence. I stayed absolutely still. I didn't even breathe. The doorknob turned slowly, but the door was locked this time. The knob stopped turning, and whoever it was just stood there. I could feel them standing on the other side. Minutes passed. Then the steps creaked again, leaving this time. I stayed awake till dawn. That morning, I wanted to leave. I packed my bag, threw everything into the SUV, and tried to start it. The engine clicked, but didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood. I'm not a mechanic, but I noticed something right away. The battery was gone. Someone had taken it. I stood there in the driveway, cold air in my lungs, looking into the woods. Whoever was out there didn't just come to scare me. They wanted me stuck, and they waited till I was trapped before making a move. I locked myself in the cabin again and checked everything. I pushed the bed against the door, pulled the table in front of the back window. I kept the knife with me and didn't use the generator anymore. I barely slept. I rationed the food and drank only what I needed. The days dragged by. Each night, the footsteps came, sometimes on the porch, sometimes near the shed. Once, I heard breathing outside the window. The scariest part was that they never tried to break in. They just let me know they were there, waiting. On the sixth day, I saw something in the woods. Late afternoon, right before the sun dipped behind the hills. I was standing near the back door, trying to catch some light through the trees, when I saw movement. Person. Not close, but not far either. Just standing among the trees, half behind a trunk. I stared for a long time. They didn't move. I turned to get the flashlight, and when I looked back, they were gone. That night, I didn't sit inside. I climbed into the crawl space beneath the cabin and waited. I brought the knife, my flashlight, and my coat. I stayed there until morning. I heard them walk through the cabin. They must have pried open the window. I heard slow, deliberate steps across the floor above me. No sound of drawers opening, no rummaging, just footsteps. Then they left. When daylight came, I crawled out. I checked the cabin. Nothing was missing, nothing broken, just open windows and fresh footprints in the dust on the floor. Heavy boots. I had to get out. That morning I walked. I didn't care where. I brought my bag, filled the water bottle, and left a note nailed to the door. I had been planning the trip for months. After everything that had happened over the last year, losing my job, my father passing away, and the slow collapse of my relationship, I needed to get away. I didn't want to be around people. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to explain myself or pretend to be okay. I just wanted to be somewhere quiet, somewhere far away from everything that reminded me of how messy life had become. I had found a remote cabin rental online. It was in a part of northern Idaho that wasn't exactly popular for tourists. No ski slopes or luxury lakes, just raw wilderness, ridges of pine forests, cold streams, and long gravel roads that didn't lead anywhere useful. The listing described the cabin as basic but solid. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no electricity, but it had a wood stove and a hand pump for well water. It looked old but clean from the photos. It was deep in the woods, reachable only by a 4-mile hike from where you could park. That was exactly what I wanted. Solitude. I drove up early in the morning. The last hour of the drive was all dirt roads, winding through empty land. There were no houses, no stores, just trees and more trees. My phone lost service a while before I reached the spot where I had to leave the truck. I parked near a crumbling wooden post with a small, weathered arrow nailed to it. The arrow pointed uphill. That was the trail. It wasn't even marked on any map. The owner had emailed me a PDF with basic directions and a drawn map that showed where the trail met the cabin. There was no GPS pin to follow. The hike was steeper than I expected. I carried a heavy pack, and the trail hadn't been used in a while. Dead branches were across the path, and parts of it had eroded down to bare rocks. The sun was hot that day, but in the shade of the trees it stayed cool. It was quiet, just wind in the pines and the occasional bird. About halfway up, I stopped to drink water and adjust my pack. That's when I got the first strange feeling. I had the sense that someone was behind me, not right behind me, but watching from back down the trail. I looked, but of course there was nothing, just trees. I told myself it was probably just my nerves. I hadn't been hiking alone in years. I reached the cabin just before noon. It looked like the pictures, only more weathered. The roof was mossy, the logs dark and rough with age. The porch sagged a little. There was an old stone chimney on one side and a big wood pile under a tarp. The door was stiff, but I got it open and stepped inside. Smelled musty, but not bad. The air was cool. There was one main room with a cot, a table, a stove, and some shelves. A small back room had a compost toilet and a barrel of sawdust. Everything was simple, just like the listing said. No signs of animals or bugs, which was good. I unpacked, lit a fire in the stove to warm the place, and settled in. That first day, I just explored the area around the cabin. There was a little ridge behind it with a view of the valley below. I climbed it and stood looking out for a long time. The land stretched in every direction, no houses, no power lines, no roads, just forest and sky. It made me feel small, but in a good way. The next couple days were calm. I cooked simple meals on the stove, read old paperbacks I'd brought, and went for hikes around the ridge and along the dry creek beds. There were signs of old animal tracks, deer, maybe elk. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone. Just the wind and the sounds of the woods. I was starting to feel better. I slept deeply, with the fire burning low in the stove. It was cold at night, but the thick wool blankets kept me warm. But around the fourth day, I started noticing small things that felt off. Nothing obvious at first, just little things. Like the woodpile looked slightly disturbed one morning, as if someone had taken logs off the top and then stacked them back in a hurry. One of the folding chairs on the porch had been moved a few feet. I figured maybe I had done it and forgotten, or maybe animals had messed with it. I wasn't too concerned, but I started paying more attention. I walked the perimeter around the cabin more often. I started marking the dirt at the edge of the clearing to look for tracks. I didn't see anything at first, but on the fifth morning, I found a partial footprint in the soft earth near the back of the cabin. It was human, a boot but not mine, larger. The tread was different. I stared at it for a long time. Then I walked in a wide circle around the cabin, trying to see if there were more, but the ground was too dry in most spots to leave a mark. I tried to tell myself it was old, maybe a hunter or hiker from weeks ago, but this wasn't a place people just wandered into. There was only one trail up here, and it wasn't easy. The owner had said in the listing that nobody else would be around. He hadn't rented the cabin in months, according to the email. I started to feel uneasy, not scared, not yet, but alert in a new way. I started locking the cabin door at night with the heavy bolt. I moved one of the chairs under the door handle just in case. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up at every sound. At one point, I thought I heard something on the porch, a creaking board. I held still in bed and listened. I didn't hear it again, but when I got up the next morning, I saw that the firewood tarp had been pulled back slightly, just at the corner. Nothing was taken, but it had been moved. There were more partial prints in the dirt, this time fresher, as if someone had walked around the back and stopped near the window. I kept telling myself I was imagining things or exaggerating them, but my gut was tightening. I decided to make the hike down to the truck that day and check things out. Maybe drive into the nearest town and see if there was anyone who could at least know if someone else was staying in the area. I packed a day bag, locked the cabin, and started down. About halfway down the trail, I saw movement up on the ridge to my right, a figure partly behind the trees. I stopped. The person was wearing dark clothing and a cap, standing still. Not walking, just standing, watching. My skin went cold. I couldn't make out his face. The moment I looked directly at him, he stepped back and vanished into the trees. I didn't yell. I didn't move. I just stood there, heart pounding. After a long minute, I turned and went back up the trail, fast. I didn't run, but I moved quick. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but I didn't. Back at the cabin, I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and sat at the table trying to think. My hands were shaking. That hadn't been a ranger or a hiker. He hadn't said anything, hadn't moved toward me, just watched and then vanished. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I built the fire early and didn't light any lamps. I didn't want to make the cabin look inviting or easy to spot in the dark. That night was worse. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a sound. It wasn't the wind or a tree branch. It was the porch creaking again. Then a soft, slow scrape, like someone brushing against the wall. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay still in the dark, listening. The scrape came again, near the front window. Then it stopped. Nothing for a long time. I stayed frozen under the blankets until the sky began to lighten. When I finally got up and opened the door, I saw it. Someone had carved a long, thin scratch into the cabin's outer wall. It wasn't deep, but it was deliberate, almost like a warning. There were more boot prints, clearer this time, and even one near the back window where I had no curtain. That's when I knew I wasn't safe here anymore. I packed everything quickly. I didn't eat. I didn't bother cleaning up. I left the fire out. I stuffed all my gear into the pack, slung it over my back, and grabbed the small hatchet I'd brought. I kept it in my hand as I walked. I didn't take the trail. I cut across the ridge and down into a ravine, using the sun to navigate. I wanted to avoid the trail. I didn't know if the man would be watching it. The brush was thick, and the terrain was rough, but I kept going, sweating, slipping, heart hammering the whole time. It took hours, but I finally reached the road. My truck was still there. I checked the back and the tires. Everything looked untouched. I got in, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't stop until I reached a diner 2 hours away. I sat inside with a coffee, hands still trembling. I asked the server if she knew anything about the ridge. She said that land had been private once, but the owners had died decades ago. Most people avoided it. It was too remote, she said, too wild. I drove home the next day, I emailed the owner of the cabin and told him someone else was up there, possibly living on the ridge. He never replied. Weeks passed. I kept thinking about that man, about how quiet he had been, how he never tried to break in or hurt me, just watched, moved around the cabin like he had been doing it for a long time. I realized something that still makes my stomach twist. That man had probably been living in those woods for a while, maybe years. He knew the land better than anyone. He might have even used the cabin when no one rented it. I had disturbed his routine. Maybe I had used his firewood. I rented the cabin because I thought it would help me focus. That's all I really wanted. Peace and quiet. No phones, no traffic, no TV, no people. Just space and time to write. I had been stuck on the same chapter of my manuscript for 3 months. I figured if I could cut out all the noise and distractions from my apartment in the city, maybe I could finally push through it. The cabin was about 3 hours from where I lived, way out in the northern woods of the state. I found it online. Someone had listed it on a site for long-term rural rentals. The pictures showed an old, weathered one-room cabin with a loft, a wood stove, a small kitchen area, and a big front deck overlooking the forest. It didn't look fancy, but it looked quiet. That's what sold me. I packed my truck with groceries, my laptop, notebooks, a generator, and some extra gas. There was no electricity in the cabin, and I needed something to charge my stuff. The owner left me a key hidden in a little box under a loose board on the porch. I let myself in that first day and stood in the center of the room, taking it in. The air inside smelled faintly of old wood and cold ash. There were mouse droppings near the window and a few cobwebs, but I didn't care. I wasn't there for comfort. I was there to work. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I'd wake up early, boil water for coffee, eat some oatmeal, and write all morning. By the afternoon, I'd go for a walk in the woods or chop some kindling. In the evening, I'd read or sit out on the deck, listening to the wind move through the pines. Felt good. Quiet in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. Just me, the trees, the birds, and time. But by the 5th day, I started to notice things. Small things at first. I'd find branches laid out in odd patterns on the trail behind the cabin. 3 sticks in a triangle. A longer branch bent across 2 smaller ones like a crude signpost. At first I thought maybe a hiker had passed through and done it for fun. Maybe kids. But there weren't supposed to be any trails near me. I had picked this cabin because it was isolated. The road that led to it was barely drivable. No other houses for miles. Then I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. I was sure of that. They were much wider with a heavier tread, like work boots. The first time I saw them was just after sunrise. They were in the dirt patch near the outhouse, headed toward the back of the property. I followed them for a while, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe the cabin owner came by to check something. Maybe it was a hunter passing through. I tried to ignore it and keep writing. But the next night, just after midnight, I heard something out back. It was a soft crunching sound, like someone slowly walking over dead leaves. It lasted maybe 20 seconds, then silence. I sat in the loft, completely still. No animals made any sounds. No owls, no insects, just silence. I got up and looked through the small window facing the woods. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black out there. I didn't have an outside light, just the dim lantern inside. I didn't sleep much that night. I stayed up in the loft, listening, not even moving. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. About 20 yards into the woods behind the outhouse, I found a pile of stones stacked waist-high. I was sure it hadn't been there before. They looked deliberately placed. Smooth river stones, some as big as my fist, some smaller, all balanced in a neat column. I knocked it over. I didn't know why I did that. Maybe frustration, maybe fear. Something about it made my stomach feel tight. I looked around me, scanning the trees for movement. There was nothing but the wind. That afternoon, I filled the gas tank on the generator and moved it to the front of the cabin. I had been keeping it out back to reduce the noise near the porch, but I didn't like having to walk around the side anymore. I started keeping my axe inside the cabin instead of by the chopping block. By the 6th day, the feeling got worse. I was jumpy, the kind of jumpy that makes your heart start racing for no reason. Every time I looked up from my laptop, I felt like something had changed around me. The trees looked the same, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. Once I thought I saw someone moving between 2 pines in the distance, but it was so quick, it could have been anything. A shadow, a deer, my imagination. Then came the night the generator stopped. It was just past 10 p.m., and I had been writing late. I was sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, laptop open on my knees. The soft hum of the generator was constant, a kind of background comfort I hadn't realized I'd grown used to. Then it just cut off, like someone flipped a switch. I froze. There was no wind, no rain, nothing that would have caused it to fail. I grabbed the lantern and went to the door. I opened it slowly and stepped out onto the porch. The moonlight was weak, but I could still see the generator. It wasn't on fire or smoking or leaking, just sitting there. I walked over and checked the gas. Still half full. I tried restarting it. Nothing. I tried again. Still nothing. It wasn't the kind of thing that should have died. Not unless something had tampered with it. I felt the skin on the back of my neck go cold. I turned around and scanned the tree line again. It was too dark to see anything beyond the first few trunks. I could hear the faint creaking of trees in the wind, but nothing else. Still, the feeling that someone was out there, just past the edge of the dark, was overwhelming. I went back inside, locked the door, and pulled the axe onto my lap. I sat like that until morning. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I went out and inspected the generator again. That's when I saw the cut. The fuel line had been sliced, not torn or chewed, cut clean. I knelt down and saw it clearly. A straight slice, almost like it had been done with a knife or razor. I didn't know what to think. I hadn't heard anything the night before. Whoever did it must have been quiet. Close, too close. That was the moment I decided to leave. I packed up my gear in under an hour. I didn't even eat breakfast. I loaded my truck, put my laptop in the passenger seat, and drove back down the overgrown trail toward the highway. I didn't make it. About a mile down the road, I hit something hard. The truck jerked to the left and slammed into a tree. My head cracked the window, and for a second, I saw stars. When I got out to look, I saw what had happened. Someone had rolled a thick log into the road. The bottom had scraped marks, like it had been dragged. My front axle was bent. The truck wasn't going anywhere. I stood there on the road, heart pounding, surrounded by trees. I felt so exposed. I kept turning around, trying to look in every direction at once. I ended up walking back to the cabin. It was the last place I wanted to be, but I didn't have a choice. I had no signal on my phone, no way to call for help. The nearest town was more than 10 miles away. I wasn't going to make that walk in the middle of the woods with someone possibly watching me. I decided to wait until morning. To first light, I'd head out on foot. Back inside, I pushed the table and chairs up against the door. I kept the axe close. I didn't even take off my boots. I just sat in the corner and waited. Around midnight, I heard the sound again. Footsteps, this time closer. They came from the side of the cabin, slow and deliberate. I heard a soft tap on the window, then nothing, just the wind. Then another tap. From the other side, whoever it was, they were moving around the cabin, circling. I didn't move. I sat completely still. Every part of my body felt tense. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. The footsteps stopped after a while. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they were just too quiet for me to hear. I waited like that until dawn. When the light finally came through the window, I left. I didn't even pack. I took my backpack, a bottle of water, the axe, and started walking down the road toward the highway. I didn't look back. Every few steps, I checked the trees. Nothing. No movement. No one behind me. I kept walking. After about 3 hours, I reached a service road. Eventually, a park ranger in a pickup saw me. I told him my truck broke down. I didn't mention the rest. I just wanted to get out of there. I haven't gone back. Not even to get my things. Later, I found out there had been reports over the years of people going missing in those woods. Not a lot of reports, just a few. Hikers, hunters, people looking to get away. They never found bodies, just abandoned tents, cold fires, and used gear. I don't know who was out there with me. I don't know what they wanted, but I know they were human, and I know they were watching. I was never a brave guy. Not in the movies, not in school, not in life. I always played it safe. I didn't like crowds, didn't like the city, didn't like surprises. That's why I always liked the woods. Being out there alone, far from people, no traffic, no phones, no stress. It helped me breathe. That year had been the worst in a while. I'd lost my job, broke up with someone I really cared about, and my dad passed away in the span of just a few months. I felt like I was drowning and couldn't find a way back up. So I decided to go away for a while, just me and the trees, for as long as I could afford. I booked a small, old cabin I found online. It was in the northern part of Minnesota, not too far from the Canadian border. I liked how remote it seemed. The pictures showed a basic wood cabin with a front porch, no close neighbors, surrounded by trees thick enough to block out most sunlight. No electricity, just a stove, fireplace, and a water pump. That was perfect for me. I drove up in my old truck, bringing enough canned food, propane, water jugs, and basic supplies to last me a few weeks. The drive took most of the day. As I got closer, paved roads turned to gravel, then to dirt. The GPS started glitching. Cell signal dropped. I followed the directions I printed ahead of time. At one point, I missed a turn and ended up driving past a wide clearing with some rusted-out trailers and old junked cars. I realized it was the wrong road, backed out, and got back on track. I didn't think much of it then. Eventually, I found the right driveway. It was a narrow track of dirt and gravel that snaked deep into the forest. Trees hung low, brushing the sides of the truck. After maybe a mile of bouncing and scraping down that path, I saw the cabin. It looked like the photos, small, weathered but standing solid, with a wood pile stacked neatly along the side. The porch was creaky but strong, and there was a single rocking chair and a small table. The door was unlocked just like the owner said it would be. Inside was simple. One room, wood walls, a stone fireplace, a twin bed with a thick mattress, and a small table with 2 chairs. There was a shelf with some books and a few pots and pans. I took my time unloading, organizing the supplies, and getting everything set up. Then I lit a fire and sat outside until the sun went down. The first few days were quiet, peaceful. I spent most of the time walking the trails, reading, sitting by the fire, and chopping wood. I started to sleep better. I didn't wake up with anxiety in my chest. I felt like I was finally letting go of some of the weight I'd been carrying. Around the 4th day, I noticed something that felt off. I was hiking a trail that looped around a small hill behind the cabin. It wasn't anything special, just a winding path that rose up and gave a decent view of the trees around me. About halfway through, I saw an old campsite. It was about 30 feet off the trail, tucked in behind a group of thick pines. The fire ring was full of half-burned trash, beer cans, and food wrappers. Some of the trash looked fresh. I even saw a cigarette still half-burned lying on a rock. That made me stop. I hadn't seen a single person since I got there. Not on the roads, not on the trail. This place was way off the beaten path. It was weird someone else was camping out here so close, especially since there weren't any marked sites around. It wasn't illegal, but it made me uneasy. I didn't touch anything. I just left and walked back the long way, making sure to circle wide around the spot. That night, I felt different. I kept thinking about the cigarette, the food wrappers, the footprints in the dirt. I made sure to lock the cabin door with the latch and prop a chair under the knob, just in case. I even slept with the hatchet next to the bed. By morning, I felt silly about it. I chalked it up to my brain being too used to city living, where everyone's a threat. I told myself whoever it was probably moved on. Maybe they were just passing through. But then, that night, I noticed footprints. It had rained during the day. Not hard, but enough to leave the ground soft. When I stepped out onto the porch just before dusk, I saw them. Fresh boot prints. One set, They led from the trail toward the back of the cabin, then back out again. I followed them around the side and saw they went right up to the back window. That window looked directly into the cabin, right where the bed was. It made my stomach twist. I looked around the woods, listening. Nothing. No snapping branches, no movement. Just silence. I checked the window. It didn't look touched. I tried to convince myself it could have been from days before, but I knew that wasn't true. The prints were clean. Too clean. I could see the tread pattern. I went inside, locked everything up again, and this time I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I left early with my pack. I decided to hike a long loop trail and see if I could figure out where the camper had gone. I didn't really have a plan, just wanted to reassure myself, maybe see if someone had left the area. It was cloudy, cool, and quiet. I kept my hatchet on my belt. After a couple hours, I found another sign. This time it was a piece of torn tarp hanging on a branch. Bright blue, weatherproof material. A corner ripped off. Below it was a crushed beer can and a knife sheath. No knife. The sheath had a name scratched into it. Mike. Just that. I don't know why that scared me more than it should have. Something about it felt personal, like whoever had been camping wasn't just a random traveler. I turned around and started heading back. I kept checking behind me every few minutes. When I got back to the cabin, nothing looked disturbed, but I kept feeling like I was being watched. Couldn't shake it. That night, I didn't light a fire. I stayed in the dark, lying still, staring at the window. I barely moved. I kept listening for footsteps, but the wind was blowing hard and made everything sound like movement. Branches scratched the roof. The trees creaked. I must have fallen asleep sometime near dawn. When I woke up, there was a dead rabbit on the porch. Its neck had been broken, clean. Its body laid out straight like it had been placed there. No blood, no bite marks, no sign of struggle. Just a fresh, dead rabbit. It hadn't been there the night before. I stepped over it, looking out into the trees. Nothing. I picked it up using a plastic bag and tossed it far into the woods. Then I packed my things. I was done. I didn't care how much time I had left on the booking. I didn't even care about the refund. I just didn't feel right being there anymore. I loaded the truck fast. Took maybe 10 minutes. When I climbed in and turned the key, nothing happened. Dead. Battery was fine. Fuel was good. I tried again. Nothing. Not even a click. I popped the hood and looked, but I didn't know what I was looking for. Everything looked normal. That's when I saw it. The wire harness near the firewall had been cut. Clean slice. A single pair of wires, bright copper exposed. Someone had done it on purpose. I stood there staring at it, my heart pounding. My hands started shaking. Someone had disabled my truck during the night. Someone had gotten that close, right next to the cabin, probably while I was inside. I went back in, locked the door, and grabbed the only gun I had, a flare gun. It was mostly for emergencies, not for defense. I loaded it anyway and kept it near me the whole time. For the next 2 days, I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I stayed inside. I blocked the windows with blankets and moved the wood table in front of the door. I kept waiting, listening, watching for movement. I saw nothing. No footsteps, no figures, no sounds. Just silence. On the third day, just after sunrise, I saw smoke. Far off through the trees, past the trail, a thin column of smoke rising. Not a fire, not big, but steady. Maybe a campfire. I knew it had to be the same person or people. I didn't care. I had no cell signal, no way to call for help. I had two choices: wait until they came for me or try to leave on foot. I packed what I could in a small pack: food, water, flare gun, hatchet. I wore layers. I wrote a note and left it in the cabin. My name, what happened, what direction I was heading. Then I stepped out and started walking. I didn't go toward the smoke. I went the opposite way, back toward the road I came in on, sticking close to the edge of the trail but staying off it when I could. I walked for hours, stopping only to listen. Every time a branch snapped behind me, I froze. At one point I thought I heard footsteps, but it might have been my mind playing tricks. Eventually, near mid-afternoon, I found the clearing with the junk trailers again. I was almost back to the main road. I should have felt relieved, But something about the place felt worse than before, like it had eyes. As I passed through, I saw movement. A man stepped out from behind one of the trailers. He looked rough. Long beard, worn clothes, a baseball cap pulled low. He didn't say anything, just stood there staring at me. I stopped. I didn't lift the flare gun, but I had it in my hand. He took a step forward. I turned and ran. I heard shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran until I found the gravel road. Then I didn't grow up being the type of person who liked going off the grid. I liked my routines. I liked waking up to the sound of traffic, making my coffee with a machine that had buttons I could press in the dark, and seeing other people when I stepped outside my apartment. But after 10 straight months of overtime and no real break from my job, I started to feel like my head was going to crack open. My boss didn't care that I hadn't taken a single vacation day since the start of the year. She didn't care that I hadn't been sleeping more than 4 hours a night. She just kept piling on the work more and more, and for some stupid reason, I kept saying yes. That was until one Friday morning in October when I sat at my desk, staring at the screen, and my hands started shaking for no reason. My heart was pounding like I'd just run 5 blocks, and I couldn't breathe. I actually thought I was dying. Turned out it was a panic attack. That afternoon, I told my boss I was taking a week off. I didn't ask. I told her. I went home and spent the whole weekend searching for somewhere quiet to go. I wanted to get away from everything, no phone, no internet, no people. I looked at cabins on a bunch of rental sites until I found one that seemed perfect. It was in northern Michigan, about 4 hours from where I lived in Detroit. It wasn't one of those cute log cabins with new furniture and hot tubs either. It looked old, plain, and empty. There was no Wi-Fi, no TV, and the ad said there wasn't even a landline. The pictures showed a narrow dirt road cutting through trees, a small A-frame cabin with green shutters, and a tiny lake maybe 100 yards from the front porch. It was exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 6 nights, packed my car with clothes, some groceries, a flashlight, a few books, a hunting knife I'd never actually used, and drove out early Monday morning. The first 2 hours were easy. I had podcasts playing, the sun was out, and I kept thinking how smart it was that I was finally taking care of myself. But once I got off the highway and the GPS had me turning onto smaller and smaller roads, that feeling started to change. The pavement turned to gravel, and the gravel turned into a narrow path barely wide enough for my car. Trees lined both sides so thick they blocked out the sun. I lost cell service maybe 30 minutes before I reached the cabin. The air felt different, cooler, heavier, and everything smelled like pine needles and wet dirt. When I finally saw the roof of the cabin through the trees, I felt some relief. It looked just like the pictures, maybe a little older. The paint on the shutters was peeling, and the front steps sagged in the middle, but it was fine. I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and stood there listening. There were no cars, no voices, not even birds. Just the wind moving through the trees and the creak of my car as it settled. The door was unlocked. Inside, everything was simple. A small kitchen with a gas stove, a wood-burning fireplace in the living room, one bedroom with a mattress on a wooden frame, and a bathroom with running water but no shower, just a toilet and a tiny sink. There was a note on the kitchen counter from the owner saying the cabin hadn't been used in a while, but everything worked. I dropped my bags, opened the windows to let in some fresh air, and sat on the front steps with a bottle of water. I didn't see any houses or other cabins nearby. No power lines either. Just woods in every direction and a quiet lake through the trees behind the cabin. For the first time in months, my shoulders relaxed. I wasn't thinking about deadlines or phone calls or meetings, just air, trees, and time. That first day, I unpacked, took a walk down to the lake, and sat on a fallen log for almost an hour. There were no footprints around the shoreline, no trash, no signs anyone had been there recently. The water was clear, and I could see small fish darting near the surface. I went to bed early that night. The bed creaked every time I moved, and the blanket smelled like old cedar, but I didn't care. I fell asleep almost right away. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a thumping noise. It sounded like something hitting the outside wall of the cabin. Just once. A deep, heavy knock. Then silence. I lay in bed listening, holding my breath. Nothing. I figured it might have been a branch falling, or maybe an animal. I stayed awake for a while, just staring at the ceiling. Eventually, I dozed off again. The next morning, I went outside to check. I walked around the cabin slowly. There was nothing there, no broken branches, no marks on the siding. I told myself it had just been my imagination. Maybe I'd been dreaming and didn't know it. That day was quiet. I read for a few hours, made soup on the stove, and walked along the path leading deeper into the woods. I stayed out until the sun started dropping, then went back inside, lit a few candles, and sat near the fireplace even though I hadn't bothered to light it. I didn't feel scared. I just didn't like how quiet it was when the sun went down. That night, I heard the knock again. It came around 3 a.m., louder this time, like something hitting the wood hard. Then another knock, closer to the front of the cabin. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and stared toward the window. I couldn't see anything. I got out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and slowly opened the front door. I shined the light around, but the trees swallowed it. I couldn't see past 20 feet. There were no sounds, no wind, no leaves rustling, just stillness. I went back inside and locked the door. I barely slept the rest of the night. In the morning, I walked the perimeter again. This time I found something. There was a footprint. Not a shoe, not a boot. A bare foot. It was near the side of the cabin, in the dirt just below the bedroom window. The ground was soft from rain the night before, and the print was clear. 5 toes, a wide heel, deep enough to tell whoever made it was heavy. It looked fresh. I stared at it for a long time, not moving. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to think maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was from before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it hadn't been there the day before. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the kitchen table trying to think. I had no cell signal. The nearest town was probably an hour away. I didn't even know if there were other cabins nearby. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I didn't. I told myself it was probably just some local wandering the woods. Maybe a hunter or someone camping illegally. Maybe it was just a coincidence they passed by the cabin. That night, I made sure everything was locked. I dragged the dresser in front of the front door, pushed a chair under the doorknob in the back, and slept with the hunting knife beside my bed. I left a candle burning in the corner of the room. I didn't sleep much. Around 2:45 a.m., I heard it again. This time not just one knock, but several. 3 sharp knocks at the back door. Then silence. A minute later, 3 more knocks on the front wall. I held the knife so tight my hand hurt. My mouth was dry. I didn't move. I sat up in bed, listening to the wood creak around me as if something, or someone, was moving slowly along the outside walls. The knock stopped. I sat like that for hours until daylight finally came through the window. When the sun rose, I walked outside, holding the knife, heart pounding. I saw more prints. This time there were several around the cabin, near the back door, and along the path leading to the lake. Bare feet, large prints, some overlapping, others spaced like someone had been pacing. I was done. I packed everything as fast as I could. I didn't bother folding clothes or cleaning up. I tossed everything into the back of the car, grabbed the keys, and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. No sound. The battery light flickered once and went dark. I popped the hood, checked the battery connections. Not that I'd know what I was doing, and saw that the cables had been cut. Clean, like with a knife or wire cutter. I stepped back and almost threw up. Someone had done this while I was inside. I didn't wait. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with food and the flashlight, and started walking back the way I'd come. I didn't know how far I had to go to get a signal or reach the nearest house, but I wasn't staying there another minute. I walked fast, almost jogging, looking over my shoulder every few minutes. The woods felt different. Every sound made me jump. Twigs snapping, wind shifting branches. Everything felt too close, too heavy. After maybe an hour, I found something else. A shirt, hung on a low branch. It wasn't mine. It was dark green, torn at the collar, and had what looked like dried blood near the hem. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it and kept moving. Another hour later, I saw the edge of a dirt road and ran. I waved down the first car I saw, a pickup driven by an older guy who looked as shocked as I felt. He didn't ask questions. He drove me straight to a gas station with a payphone, and I called the police. I gave them the location of the cabin, told them everything I could remember, and waited while they sent someone out. They found the cabin just like I described. The cut battery wires, the footprints, the shirt in the woods, but they didn't find anyone else. They never found the person who was walking around that cabin. I filed a report. I decided to take a break from the noise of city life and head to the cabin my uncle had left me. He'd always talked about how peaceful and secluded it was, and now that he had passed away, I figured it was time to see it for myself. The cabin was located deep in the woods, about an hour from the nearest town. It was supposed to be the perfect escape from everything, quiet, isolated, and surrounded by nature. I packed my things and drove through winding roads. The further I went, the less I saw of civilization. Eventually, the paved roads turned into dirt paths, and I felt a bit of unease. I wasn't afraid, just a little uncertain. The trees were thick around me, and everything seemed to swallow the sound of my tires crunching over the gravel. I knew it was just the remoteness that made everything feel off. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly as I remembered from the pictures. Old, but sturdy, with a big porch and windows that gave a clear view of the surrounding forest. The kind of place that would have been perfect for a family getaway if it weren't for the fact that I was completely alone. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath of the fresh, earthy air. It was quiet, too quiet. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, just the wind rustling through the trees. The silence felt heavy, like something was waiting to break it. I unpacked my things, set up my small camp stove in the kitchen, and started a fire in the wood stove. The place had a real rustic charm, but there was something unsettling about the way the wooden beams creaked as the fire warmed up the cabin. It was probably just the age of the place. I tried to shake off the feeling and decided to take a walk around the property, thinking maybe I was just overthinking it. The cabin sat at the edge of a small clearing surrounded by thick woods on all sides. There was a trail that led deeper into the forest, which seemed like a perfect place for a quiet hike. I grabbed a jacket, slipped on my boots, and headed out, hoping to clear my head. The trail was overgrown but still passable. I walked deeper into the woods, the air growing cooler and more still. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches blocking out the light and casting long, twisting shadows on the ground. It was hard to tell how far I'd gone, but I kept walking, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that something was off. It wasn't until I found an old, decaying structure in the woods that my unease turned into full-blown discomfort. The structure was barely standing, just the remains of what used to be some kind of shack or storage building. The roof had caved in, and the walls were covered in moss and vines. It looked like it had been there for decades, untouched by anyone. I approached it cautiously, wondering who had built it and why it was out here so far from anything. It didn't seem to fit with the rest of the landscape. I stepped inside the remnants of the shack, carefully avoiding the rotting beams that threatened to collapse under my weight. There was nothing inside, just a pile of broken wood, some rusted nails, and old, crumpled pieces of paper scattered on the floor. As I bent down to pick up one of the papers, I felt a chill run down my spine. The paper was old, yellowed with age, and covered in faded writing. Most of it was illegible, but I could make out a few words. Something about the forest and never return. My mind started racing, but I shoved the paper back down, feeling foolish. It was probably just some old warning from a time when people lived in these woods. Still, the words lingered in my head, making me more uneasy than I wanted to admit. I left the shack quickly, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees around me seemed darker now, the shadows stretching longer, and the air felt thicker, like it was holding something back. I returned to the cabin, hoping that I could just relax and forget about the strange shack I'd found. I stoked the fire in the stove and tried to focus on the warmth and the crackling sound, but the sense of being watched never left. I tried to distract myself by reading a book, but every rustling noise outside the cabin sent me on edge. The quietness of the place was now overwhelming. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone standing there, but no one ever did. That night, I went to bed early, hoping sleep would bring relief. But as I lay there, staring at the wooden ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I listened to the wind howling outside, the occasional snap of a branch, but there was no sound of animals or anything else that would normally be in the woods. Around midnight, I woke up to a loud bang coming from outside the cabin. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, listening for any further noise. It sounded like something had hit the side of the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and crept toward the window, shining the light out into the darkness. I saw nothing but trees and shadows. I tried to calm myself, convincing myself it was just the wind or an animal bumping into the cabin. But then I heard it again. Another bang, followed by the sound of something dragging against the ground. It was close, too close. My mind raced through every possible explanation, but none of them made sense. I was alone, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there. I spent the rest of the night sitting in a chair near the window, clutching the flashlight and listening for any further noises. The hours passed slowly, and by the time dawn finally broke, I felt exhausted and on edge. The sun's first light barely reached the cabin, casting long, eerie shadows on the floor. I decided to leave. There was no logical reason to stay any longer. I packed up my things quickly, eager to leave behind the unsettling silence of the woods. As I was about to leave the cabin, I noticed something strange on the porch, a trail of muddy footprints leading from the woods toward the cabin. The prints were fresh, and they were much too large to be from any animal I could think of. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The thought that someone had been watching me the whole time sent a wave of panic over me. I grabbed my things and hurried to the car, my mind racing with every possibility. Who had been out there? What did they want? I didn't know, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. The drive back to town was a blur. My hands gripped the wheel tightly, my eyes darting nervously between the road and the rearview mirror. Every shadow, every movement in the woods beside the road seemed to hide something, and I was too scared to stop. When I finally made it back to the town, I went straight to the small motel where I'd planned to stay the night. I checked in, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night in my room, the door locked and the curtains drawn, unable to sleep, waiting for the dawn. The next morning, I went to the local diner for breakfast and tried to put the whole experience behind me. But as I ate, I overheard a conversation between two men at the next table. They were talking about a cabin deep in the woods, my uncle's cabin. They mentioned how the place had been abandoned for years, how no one went there anymore, and how people had started disappearing around that area. They said the woods had a way of swallowing people whole, that once you went in, you didn't come out. My stomach dropped as I listened, and I realized that I'd barely escaped whatever it was out there. Maybe it was just a random person wandering the woods, or maybe it was something worse, something tied to the land itself. I didn't know, but I never went back to that cabin. The woods had claimed enough people over the years, and I wasn't about to be one of them. The whole experience stuck with me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was lucky to have made it out. In the end, I learned that not all places are meant to be discovered. Some secrets are better left buried in the woods, where they belong. I had never been much of a fan of cabins or the idea of being out in the middle of nowhere. But when I was invited on a last-minute trip by a few close friends, I figured it might be good to push myself outside my comfort zone. We rented a cabin tucked deep into the woods. No cell service, no distractions, just the sounds of nature. The drive there was long, filled with winding roads and dense forests that seemed to swallow up the daylight. As we turned off the main highway, the trees grew thicker and the shadows deeper. The last stretch of the road was an old gravel path that led up to the cabin. The cabin was isolated, perched on a small rise by a stream. It was an old place, built with wooden beams that looked like they could tell stories, but it seemed sturdy enough. It was an old-fashioned kind of charm, but even in the daylight, The place felt oddly distant, like it was disconnected from the world in some way. The windows were too large, giving the place a dark, hollow look, but the inside had a cozy vibe, wood floors, a stone fireplace, and an old stove. Still, something about it made me uneasy. As night fell, we sat around the fire inside, talking and joking. But the wind outside started picking up, howling through the trees like it was trying to get inside. The power flickered for a second, and I felt a chill run through me that wasn't from the wind. I didn't like how quiet it got when the wind died down. The silence felt too deep, too still. It made me restless. My friends noticed, but they didn't understand. They were used to camping and the wilderness, but for me, it was all foreign. My mind wandered. I kept imagining what might be out there, wild animals, maybe, or something else. I pushed the thought aside, trying to convince myself that I was just overthinking it. That night, I tried to sleep, but the noise from outside was unsettling. The wind had picked up again, but now it was mixed with strange noises from the woods. Something heavy moving through the trees, twigs snapping, branches creaking. It felt like something was walking through the forest, not an animal, but something deliberate. My mind raced, but I managed to fall asleep, the sound of the wind lulling me into a deep, uneasy slumber. The next morning, I woke up early. The others were still sleeping. I decided to step outside to clear my head, hoping the fresh air would do me some good. The moment I stepped outside, I felt that same strange sensation in the pit of my stomach. The air was too still and the woods around the cabin felt off. The wind had stopped completely, leaving only the faint sounds of birds in the distance. Felt like the world had paused. I walked down to the stream behind the cabin, the water flowing gently over the rocks, its murmur a bit too loud in the silence. I sat on a large stone near the water's edge, trying to calm myself. But then I noticed something out of place. There were fresh footprints along the stream, leading down toward the water. They were large and heavy, clearly not made by any animal I knew of. They seemed too deliberate, too heavy, like a person had been walking there recently. I stared at the tracks for a long time, trying to figure out if they belonged to anyone I knew. But there was something unsettling about them. The way they led further into the woods made my skin crawl. There was no way anyone else had been here. This cabin was remote, and the closest town was miles away. I didn't want to think about what it could mean, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. When the others woke up, I didn't say anything about the tracks. I didn't want to make them paranoid. They were in a good mood, laughing and talking, as if nothing was wrong. I went along with it, trying to push my unease aside. After breakfast, we decided to go on a short hike, hoping to explore the woods around the cabin. As we walked through the forest, the trees seemed to close in on us, their thick trunks casting long shadows over the narrow path. The air smelled damp, the ground soft beneath our feet. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. The birds, the wind, everything had gone silent again. The only sound was our footsteps on the dirt path. We reached a clearing after an hour of walking, but something felt off about it. It was too open, too exposed. I wanted to turn back, but the others seemed fine. They wandered around, snapping pictures and laughing, not noticing the odd sense of discomfort that hung in the air. I stayed near the edge of the clearing, watching the tree line, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Then I saw it. A movement, something dark, darting between the trees. It was quick, too fast to be a person, and I couldn't tell if it was an animal. It was gone in an instant, but the feeling it left behind was enough to make my heart race. I didn't mention it to anyone. I didn't want to sound crazy. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We spent the rest of the afternoon hiking and exploring the forest, but by the time we got back to the cabin, I was more on edge than ever. The cabin felt more isolated than before. I kept imagining someone or something watching us from the trees, but when I looked outside, there was nothing. Only the dark shadows of the woods stretching far beyond our cabin. That night, we stayed inside around the fire again. The wind was howling outside, and the trees creaked and groaned in the storm. As the night went on, the house seemed to settle, the old beams creaking under the weight of the wind. I tried to ignore the unease that was creeping in, but it was hard. The noise outside seemed louder, more intense, as though something was pushing against the cabin walls. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would offer some escape, but sleep was elusive. I kept hearing faint noises outside, things scraping along the walls, soft thuds that sounded too close. My thoughts raced, but I managed to stay still, waiting for the sounds to pass. Just before I fell into a restless sleep, I heard something distinct. A knock. It was sharp, quick, almost like someone was tapping on the window. My eyes shot open. I lay there, frozen, listening. The sound came again, this time louder. A knock on the window just outside my room. I shot out of bed and ran to the window, but by the time I reached it, there was nothing. No one outside, no movement, just the empty dark of the woods. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, but I forced myself to breathe deeply. It had to have been the wind, I thought. Just the wind. But the knocking didn't stop. It came again, and this time, it wasn't just on my window. It was on the others' windows too. A rhythmic tapping, too precise to be natural. I didn't know what to think. I couldn't make sense of it. My mind raced with possibilities. Animals, maybe, or something more sinister. The others were still asleep. They didn't seem to notice the sounds, or maybe they just didn't want to. I didn't wake them. I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting by the fire, watching the shadows move outside. The knocking stopped eventually, but the feeling didn't. The next morning, I suggested we leave early. The others didn't understand, but I couldn't stay there any longer. Something about that place felt wrong, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. We packed our things quickly, and I insisted we leave. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the woods, watching us. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to alarm anyone, but the figure stayed there, motionless, as we drove past. The woods swallowed it whole. We never went back to that cabin. We never spoke of it again, but the memories lingered, and the feeling of being watched never left me. Something had been out there in the woods, something that I could never explain. And for the first time in my life, I felt grateful to be back in the world of noise and people, away from whatever haunted that place. I've always been the type of person who loves the idea of escaping to the wilderness. The kind of person who looks at a weekend in a remote cabin as the perfect way to disconnect from the noise of everyday life. So, when the opportunity came up to rent a small cabin in the middle of nowhere for a few days, I jumped at the chance. It was an older, rustic cabin tucked away in the woods, far from any bustling towns or even cell phone signals. Just the kind of place where you could really get away from it all. I arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the woods. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine and fresh earth filled my lungs. The cabin itself was exactly what I expected, small, with weathered wood that had seen its fair share of seasons. A stone chimney puffed a faint stream of smoke, suggesting that the place had a fireplace ready to welcome me inside. The surrounding trees were dense and dark, their branches swaying slightly in the wind. As I parked the car and stepped out, the quiet was almost unnerving. It wasn't the usual quiet you get in the countryside, where birds chirp and animals rustle in the underbrush. No, this was a different kind of stillness, the kind where you realize just how alone you are. I grabbed my bags, looking around one last time to make sure I hadn't missed anything. The gravel path leading to the cabin was lined with tall, dense trees, their trunks twisted in strange shapes. There was something about them, something that made my stomach twist. Felt as if they were watching me. I shrugged it off, trying to ignore the sudden unease that crept up my spine. I was here to relax, not to be scared of trees. The inside of the cabin was cozy, furnished with basic pieces. A couch, a wooden dining table, a few chairs. There was a small kitchen off to the side, and a large stone fireplace took up most of one wall. The cabin felt old but well-maintained, with the kind of charm you can only find in places that have been lived in for decades. I made myself a cup of coffee and sat by the window, looking out at the woods as the sun set behind the trees. The wind began to pick up, making the branches sway and creak. It was peaceful in its own way, the kind of quiet that makes you forget about the world. But there was something off about it. As the evening went on, I noticed strange things happening. First, the wind picked up, but not in the usual way. It came in sudden, sharp bursts, almost as if it were angry. The trees outside rattled, their limbs shaking violently, but no rain came, no storm, just wind. Then the creaking of the cabin started. It wasn't the typical creaks and groans of an old building settling. This was something more. The floorboards beneath my feet groaned with the sound of someone, or something, moving across them. The wind seemed to whip around the cabin in strange patterns, making the windows rattle. The air inside the cabin grew colder, despite the fireplace crackling in the corner. I shook my head, trying to tell myself it was just the cabin settling, just the wind. It was an old place after all. But the more I tried to ignore it, the more the strange sensations grew. The shadows outside the windows seemed to stretch longer, reaching toward the cabin as if they were alive. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, trying to push the unease away. I needed to sleep. I had a long day ahead of me tomorrow, hiking and exploring the woods. That night, I barely slept. The wind howled outside, and every creak of the cabin made my heart race. Each time I closed my eyes, I thought I could hear footsteps on the porch or a tapping at the windows. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing. No one. Just the deep, oppressive silence. By morning, the eerie feeling hadn't gone away. It was still cold, and the wind still howled, though it wasn't as fierce as the night before. I quickly made myself breakfast, just some eggs and toast, and tried to focus on the day ahead. I needed to get out of the cabin. I needed to clear my head. I grabbed my hiking gear, checked that I had enough water, and set off into the woods. The trail leading away from the cabin was narrow, surrounded by thick trees and underbrush. The sun filtered through the leaves above, casting a dappled light on the ground. It was peaceful at first, a nice contrast to the weird tension I felt inside the cabin. The sounds of the forest filled my ears, birds chirping, leaves rustling, distant animal calls. It was calming, exactly what I needed to shake off the unease. But as I walked deeper into the woods, the silence grew heavier. The birds stopped singing. The wind stopped rustling the leaves. The only sound was the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. I kept walking, trying not to think about how isolated I was. Then I stumbled upon something odd. A small clearing opened up in front of me, and in the center, there was a strange pile of rocks. It wasn't a natural formation. The rocks had been arranged in a deliberate pattern, a perfect circle with a large rock at the center. It looked like some kind of marker, though for what, I couldn't say. The feeling of unease that had been gnawing at me intensified as I stared at the rocks. It was as if they were drawing me in, urging me to come closer. I didn't. Instead, I turned around and headed back to the cabin. The walk back felt longer than it should have. Every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes made me jump. It wasn't just the wind anymore. It was something else, something watching me. When I returned to the cabin, I locked the door behind me, despite knowing there was no one else around. But it wasn't the people I was worried about. It was whatever had been in those woods, whatever had made me feel like I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the day inside, not daring to go back into the forest. The feeling of being watched didn't go away, and I couldn't shake the thought of the strange stone circle. What if it was some kind of ritual site? What if I'd disturbed something I shouldn't have? That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I stayed up by the fire, listening to the wind howl outside and the occasional creaks of the cabin. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows, as if trying to get inside. The feeling of being watched was stronger now, and it wasn't just my imagination. I could feel it. At one point, I heard a tapping at the window. I froze, staring at the glass. The wind had died down, but there was no one out there. The tapping came again, more insistent this time. I slowly rose to my feet and walked to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. Outside, there was nothing, Just the dense forest, dark and silent. I pulled away from the window, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I wasn't imagining it. Something or someone had tapped on that window, and it wasn't the wind. The rest of the night passed slowly, but nothing else happened. No more tapping, no footsteps, just the wind howling through the trees and rattling the windows. The next morning, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things, left the cabin, and drove back home, not once looking in the rearview mirror. I wasn't about to spend another night there, not with the sense of something watching me. That was the last time I ever went back to that cabin. I don't know what I disturbed in those woods, but I've learned to trust my instincts. I've learned that some places, no matter how beautiful, are better left undisturbed. The forest still holds its secrets, and I'm not about to uncover any more of them. I've never been much of a camper, but I decided to give it a try after a friend recommended a secluded cabin in the woods for a weekend getaway. It was supposed to be the perfect place to disconnect, get away from everything, and enjoy some peace. The kind of place where you could breathe fresh air, hear the birds chirp, and feel the wind in your hair without a care in the world. The cabin was in a remote part of the state, far from the nearest town. I had never been to a place so isolated before, but there was something about the idea of being so cut off from civilization that sounded appealing, even if a little unsettling. The drive to get there was longer than I expected, and the last stretch of the journey involved a narrow dirt road winding its way through thick trees. As I neared the cabin, the road seemed to grow darker and more overgrown. The trees crowded in on either side, their branches reaching toward each other like they were trying to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. It felt almost as if the woods were closing in around me. The cabin itself was a small, rustic building with a stone chimney and a wooden porch that creaked under the weight of time. The paint on the outside was faded, and the windows had a layer of grime on them, but it was charming in its own way, and I was glad to have finally arrived. I parked my car and unloaded my things, taking a moment to stand outside and take in the surroundings. There was a stillness in the air that felt different from the usual quiet of nature. It was almost too quiet. No birds, no rustling of animals in the underbrush, just an eerie silence that settled over everything. It was the kind of silence that felt like it was watching you. After I carried everything inside, I set up my stuff and got the fire going in the cabin's stone hearth. The warmth of the flames made the space feel more inviting, and for a moment, I thought that maybe the isolation wasn't so bad after all. I sat down in an old, worn armchair by the fire, stretched out my legs, and began to relax. The first few hours were fine. The sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the cabin and the surrounding woods. I thought about walking down to the nearby creek, but something about the deepening darkness kept me from going any further. Instead, I stayed inside, watching the fire and listening to the occasional crackle of wood. Night fell, and the silence seemed to grow even thicker. It was almost like the darkness itself was alive, closing in around the cabin. The wind began to pick up, but it only made the stillness more unsettling, like it was trying to stir something that shouldn't be stirred. That's when I started to hear the noises. At first, it was subtle, a faint rustling outside, like something brushing against the cabin. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the wind, or maybe a small animal moving through the underbrush. But the sounds kept coming. A soft thud, a scrape, the sound of something heavy shifting just outside the window. I stood up, heart racing, and peeked through the curtains, trying to make out anything in the dark. But there was nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind, their branches creaking. I tried to calm myself down. It was nothing, I told myself, probably just a raccoon or a deer. But then the sounds started getting louder. There was no mistaking it now. Something or someone was moving around the cabin. The floorboards creaked under the weight of steps, slow and deliberate. I stood frozen for a moment, my breath caught in my chest, trying to figure out what to do. The cabin had no phone service, no way to call for help if something went wrong. I was alone. The sound moved to the back of the cabin. I heard a scraping, like fingernails dragging across wood, followed by a heavy thump. My heart pounded in my chest. What was that? I grabbed the flashlight from the counter and headed toward the back door. It wasn't locked, and I didn't want to make too much noise if someone was out there. I twisted the knob slowly and cracked the door open just a little, enough to peer into the darkness outside. There was nothing. I stepped out onto the porch, scanning the area. The trees were still, and there was no movement, but that strange feeling was creeping up on me again. That feeling of being watched. I hurried back inside and locked the door behind me, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my stomach. The wind howled outside, and I tried to distract myself by focusing on the fire. But the sounds didn't stop. They continued, faint but persistent, scraping, shuffling, thuds. I was starting to feel like I wasn't alone, that there was something out there, just beyond the edges of the darkness, watching me. I knew I should leave. I knew it didn't make sense to stay in a place like this if I felt so uncomfortable. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. I had driven all this way, and the thought of packing up and heading back through those winding roads in the middle of the night was even more terrifying than staying. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, clutching the flashlight in my lap, listening to the noises outside, waiting for them to stop. But they didn't. The night dragged on, and I didn't sleep at all. I just sat there, wide-eyed, listening, waiting, until the first light of dawn started to creep through the cracks in the cabin's wooden walls. As morning came, the sounds finally stopped. The woods outside looked different in the light of day. The trees didn't seem as threatening, and the silence felt less oppressive. I tried to convince myself that I had just been imagining things, that the wind had played tricks on me, or maybe it was an animal after all. But deep down, I knew something had been out there, something that hadn't been normal. I decided to leave. I packed my things quickly, eager to get back to the car and put as much distance between myself and the cabin as I could. But as I stepped outside, I noticed something odd. The ground around the cabin, the porch, and the trees, it all looked the same, but there was something off about it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It was like the landscape itself had shifted slightly, as if the place had been rearranged overnight. I didn't look around for too long. I didn't want to find anything else. When I got back to the car, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I started the engine and drove away, the gravel road crunching under my tires. But as I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. A figure standing just beyond the edge of the trees, watching me as I left. I didn't stop. I didn't turn back. I drove straight through until I hit the nearest town, and then I kept going all the way back home. To this day, I still don't know what I heard or saw that night, but I've never been back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. It was one of those last-minute trips. I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into when I agreed to spend the weekend at that cabin out in the middle of nowhere. I was exhausted, mentally drained, and needed to get away from everything. The daily grind, the noise, the constant hum of the city, it was all getting to me. I wanted quiet, peace, a place to just breathe. So when a friend recommended the cabin, I figured it would be the perfect escape. The place was deep in the woods, about 2 hours away from any town, with no cell service, no Wi-Fi, nothing but trees and silence. I liked the sound of that. The cabin itself was old, but in a charming, rustic way. The kind of place you'd see in an old postcard. It had a wooden exterior, a slanted roof, and a big front porch with rocking chairs that creaked when the wind blew. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The drive had been quiet, too quiet. The only sound was the occasional crackle of my tires on the gravel road. As I pulled up to the cabin, I was struck by how isolated it was. There were no other buildings nearby, no roads that veered off in any direction, just trees stretching for miles. I parked and stepped out of the car, inhaling the fresh, pine-scented air. It was a good kind of quiet, the kind you don't realize you're missing until you're surrounded by it. The cabin was just as I had imagined. The wooden steps creaked under my boots as I made my way to the front door. I could hear the faint sound of a distant stream, maybe a mile or so away. A gentle rustling in the trees, but nothing more than the usual sounds of nature. I felt a wave of calm wash over me. This was exactly what I needed. Inside, the cabin was even more inviting. The living room had a stone fireplace, a few worn-out armchairs, and a heavy oak coffee table. There were blankets draped over the chairs, and the scent of pine would mixed with something earthy that I couldn't quite place. I wandered around, admiring the rustic decor. The old wooden beams overhead felt like stepping into another time, the kind of time where life was slower, simpler, and less connected. I unpacked my bags, finding a corner of the small cabin to call my own. The kitchen was small but functional, with just enough room for a stove, a sink, and a fridge. It was cozy, and the smell of fresh bread from a bakery I passed on the way here still lingered on my clothes. The silence was almost deafening now that I was inside. No one else was around. It was just me and the cabin. I decided to take a walk before it got dark. I didn't have any specific plan in mind, just wanted to stretch my legs after the long drive. The woods surrounding the cabin were dense, but there were small, worn paths leading into them. I followed one, my boots crunching on the dry leaves and twigs as I went deeper into the forest. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. I was used to the chirping of birds, the scurrying of squirrels, and the occasional rustling of leaves. But here it was almost too quiet, like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something. I brushed off the thought. It was just my imagination. After all, I was alone. It was natural to feel a little on edge, especially in such an isolated place. The path twisted and turned, but I kept going. I could hear the distant sound of water again, maybe a creek or a small river. I followed the sound, feeling more at ease with every step. I was enjoying the walk, the fresh air, the sense of freedom that comes with being alone in the wilderness. But then, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A rusted old sign, half hidden by vines and overgrowth. It wasn't the sign that bothered me. It was the words on it. They were faded, but I could still make them out. Stay on the path. Do not stray. It sent a chill through me. I hadn't seen any signs of other people while walking, just the occasional animal track in the dirt. But now, this sign was here, tucked away in the trees, as if it had been placed there for a reason. Felt wrong, like it didn't belong. I stood there for a moment, my heart racing. Should I turn back? Should I keep going? The feeling in my gut told me to go back to the cabin, to stick to the plan. But then again, I was out here to explore. What harm could a sign like this do? I decided to ignore it, figuring I'd made it this far and nothing had happened. The sign didn't seem important. I could always come back later if I felt weird about it. So I continued, though the silence now felt more oppressive. The air felt heavier. I eventually reached the creek. It wasn't much, just a small, babbling stream cutting through the woods, but the sound was peaceful. I stood on the bank for a while, watching the water rush over the smooth stones. The sky was beginning to darken, so I turned back toward the cabin, deciding it was time to head in for the night. As I retraced my steps, something caught my eye, movement in the distance, a shadow. For a moment, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But no, the shadow moved in a way that didn't seem natural. It wasn't like an animal would move. It was more deliberate, more human. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, just watching the shadow move between the trees. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I turned and bolted back to the cabin. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't get the image of that shadow out of my mind. There was no reason for anyone to be out here. No reason for that kind of movement. I didn't look back. I made it back to the cabin without looking over my shoulder, my breath ragged and my hands shaking. I locked the door behind me, the sound of the deadbolt clicking echoing in the silence. I could feel my pulse in my ears, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The evening went by uneventfully. I cooked a simple dinner, had a glass of wine, and settled down in front of the fire. But the shadow, the movement in the trees, it lingered in my mind. What had I seen? Was it just my imagination? The night grew colder, and the wind picked up, rattling the windows. The fire crackled in the hearth, but I couldn't shake the unease. I sat there, staring at the flames, trying to push the thoughts out of my head. I tried to tell myself that I was just overreacting, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Around midnight, I heard a sound. A knock, light at first, almost like the wind hitting the door, but then it came again, louder. 3 knocks, short and sharp. My heart skipped a beat. No one knew I was out here. I hadn't seen another car on the road. I stood frozen, listening. Then came a 4th knock, then a 5th. The sound was unmistakable. Someone was at the door. I didn't move. I don't know how long I stood there, but it felt like hours. The knocks stopped as suddenly as they had started. The wind howled outside, but I could no longer hear anything else. The silence returned, suffocating. Eventually, I got the nerve to look out the window. I could barely make out the shape of the trees in the dark, but there was no one there. No footprints, no sign of anything. Just the empty night. I stayed up for the rest of the night, keeping the fire going and my eyes on the door. By morning, the terror of the night faded somewhat, but I knew I couldn't stay. The cabin wasn't right. The woods weren't right. Something was out there. When I left, I made sure to lock every door and window behind me. I didn't look back as I drove away. I never went back to that cabin. And I'm not sure what I would have found if I stayed. Maybe the shadow was nothing more than my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I don't think so. There was something about that place that I couldn't shake, and I knew that I was better off never finding out what it was. I've always been drawn to the idea of getting away from the chaos of daily life. So when I found a secluded cabin online that seemed perfect, I didn't think twice. It was tucked away in the woods, far from any towns or highways, and the photos made it look like the perfect place to disconnect and enjoy some solitude. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, a break from work, from everything. I had no idea it would turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. The drive up there was longer than I expected. I had to follow an old, winding dirt road, and at one point my phone lost signal. The GPS had trouble finding the place, so I was relying on the vague directions I'd printed out beforehand. The woods were dense, the trees stretching high above, their branches twisted and gnarled. It was so quiet, almost unnaturally so, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. I kept wondering if anyone else had ever stayed here or if I was truly as alone as it seemed. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I imagined. It had a rustic charm to it, with wooden beams and a stone fireplace that looked like something out of an old movie. I unloaded my things and walked around the property, taking in the peacefulness of the place. There was a small creek behind the cabin, the sound of water gently flowing over rocks adding to the serene atmosphere. But even then, there was something odd about the place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The first night was peaceful enough. I cooked a simple meal, sat by the fire, and read a book, occasionally looking out the window at the trees and the moonlight filtering through. Felt like the perfect escape. I went to bed early, feeling the weight of the day lift off my shoulders. But I woke up in the middle of the night, wide awake, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The air in the cabin had shifted somehow. It wasn't cold, but it felt heavier, as if the weight of something was pressing down on me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the stillness of the night, but I couldn't get back to sleep. Every creak and groan of the cabin felt amplified, echoing through the silence. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening intently. It was like I could hear something, someone moving outside. I got up and went to the window, peering through the blinds, but I didn't see anything. Nothing was out there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next day, I tried to keep my mind occupied. I explored the area around the cabin, walking along the creek and through the woods. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't ignore the sense that I was being watched. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling lingered. I didn't want to be paranoid, but it was hard not to be when every little sound made my heart race. That evening, as the sun set and the darkness settled over the woods, I decided to make a fire outside. The crackling flames should have been soothing, but the darkness around me felt oppressive. The shadows of the trees loomed, stretching long across the ground. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth, and the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves. I couldn't help but feel like something was moving out there, just beyond the light of the fire. Then, as I sat there, staring into the flames, I heard it, a low, distant thud. It was too soft to be anything natural, too rhythmic. It was like a heavy boot striking the ground in a steady pattern. I stood up, my heart thumping in my chest. I glanced toward the tree line, my breath catching in my throat. There was nothing there, no one. I dismissed it as a trick of the mind, convincing myself that it was just an animal or the wind. But as I sat back down, trying to calm myself, the thuds came again, closer this time. There was no mistaking it now. Someone or something was out there. I stood up again, my hands trembling. My instincts screamed at me to go inside, lock the door, and not come out. But I stayed frozen, staring into the dark woods, unable to move. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually, the sound stopped. The woods fell silent again, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined it all. But the unease never fully left me. I went inside, locked the door, and double-checked the windows, though I knew it was pointless. Whatever was out there, I couldn't stop it. I crawled into bed, too shaken to sleep, my eyes darting toward the door every few seconds, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. That night, the nightmares started. They were the kind of dreams that feel too real to be just dreams. I was back outside, near the creek, and I could hear someone walking behind me. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't escape. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I could feel the breath on the back of my neck, the heat of someone's presence. But when I turned around, there was no one there. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. The room was still dark, but it felt colder now, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I quickly turned on the light, my heart racing. There was nothing in the room, nothing that I could see anyway, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. I kept checking the windows, the door, but nothing was out of the ordinary. No signs of anyone being there. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me in the woods, that whatever I had felt lurking out there was real, and it wasn't going to leave me alone. I spent the next day packing up my things, determined to leave. But something kept me there, something I couldn't explain. It was like I had to face whatever was out there, had to confront it. So I stayed another night, thinking that maybe I was just being paranoid. But that night, the noises outside grew louder. The thuds, the rustling of leaves, and then a new sound, a faint tapping on the cabin window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The tapping continued, soft but insistent. It was like someone was trying to get my attention, to let me know they were there. But there was no one outside. I knew that. I had to know that. But then, the tapping grew louder, more forceful, as if someone was trying to break through the glass. My heart was pounding in my chest, my palms sweating. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, I turned toward the window, my hands shaking as I pulled the blinds up. There was nothing, no one standing outside, nothing but the trees and the darkness. But that didn't make sense. I had heard the tapping. I had felt the presence. I bolted the window shut, locked the door, and huddled in the corner of the room, too terrified to move. I don't know how long I sat there, waiting, listening, but eventually the noises stopped. The tapping, the thuds, the feeling of being watched. They all just disappeared. And in that silence, I made a decision. I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed up my things, not caring about leaving some behind. I just wanted out. I didn't care if it was the middle of the night. I drove off, not looking back. When I finally reached civilization again, I couldn't explain what had happened. But I knew one thing for certain. Some places are better left unexplored. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, a retreat from the daily grind, a chance to clear my head and enjoy nature without the constant hum of city life or the distractions of modern living. My wife and I had been talking about it for months, dreaming of the perfect weekend escape to reconnect and relax. I had found the cabin online, tucked away in a quiet corner of the forest. The pictures were rustic but charming, an old log cabin with a large front porch that overlooked a small creek. It was exactly what we had in mind, remote and isolated, but comfortable enough for a weekend. We made the drive up on a Friday afternoon, passing through small towns and winding roads. The air grew crisper the further we went from civilization, the trees becoming thicker and more imposing. We finally reached the cabin as the sun began to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows across the ground. I had to admit it looked even more picturesque in person. The wooden exterior, the stone chimney, and the large windows that gave you a clear view of the surrounding woods. The cabin was isolated, with no neighbors in sight for miles. That was part of the appeal, but it also made me uneasy. The kind of quiet that surrounded the place wasn't the peaceful kind I had imagined. It was the kind of silence that felt heavy, like something was waiting just outside your view, watching and listening. After unloading our bags and settling inside, we started a fire in the stone fireplace. The warmth of the fire contrasted with the cold air outside, and I felt the tension of the drive slowly slip away. My wife, Laura, unpacked in the small bedroom, and I took a moment to sit on the front porch, watching the fading light and the trees sway in the breeze. Everything was as it should be. We had a good meal planned for later and nothing but time ahead of us. That first night, though, something strange happened. As I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was subtle at first, like I was being watched, but I dismissed it as just the unfamiliar surroundings. The cabin creaked as the temperature dropped, and every now and then I'd hear the wind outside whip through the trees. But there was something more, something in the way the air felt, the stillness of the night that seemed unnatural. It wasn't the peaceful quiet I had imagined. It was oppressive, like the silence itself was a presence. Laura noticed it too. She mentioned it the next morning while we were having coffee on the porch. She wasn't scared, but she admitted that the cabin felt a little too quiet. We both laughed it off, saying we were probably just not used to the isolation. The next day, we decided to go for a hike. The area around the cabin was beautiful. Dense forests with old-growth trees, small streams, and meadows full of wildflowers. We spent a few hours walking, talking, and enjoying the fresh air. But as the day wore on, I began to feel that unease again. There was something about the way the trees stood so close together, their branches reaching toward each other like fingers in the dark. The forest felt off. It wasn't the kind of peaceful woods you read about in books, but something more foreboding. I couldn't put my finger on it. By the time we returned to the cabin, the sun was starting to set. We made dinner together and sat by the fire, but I noticed that Laura seemed distracted. She wasn't her usual self. She kept glancing out the windows, especially toward the woods, like she was expecting something to emerge from the shadows. I asked her if she was all right, and she just nodded, but her eyes betrayed her. I could tell she wasn't comfortable either, even if she didn't want to admit it. That night, the feeling grew stronger. The silence in the cabin was oppressive, and the wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees. The fire crackled in the hearth, but it didn't seem to bring any comfort. I had always been a light sleeper, and that night, I couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I tried. I kept hearing noises from outside, branches snapping, the rustle of leaves. It was hard to pinpoint exactly where the sounds were coming from. The forest around the cabin seemed alive with movement, but whenever I looked out the window, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a bear, but something in my gut told me it was more. I decided to check the locks on the doors and windows just to be sure. Everything was secure, but when I returned to the bedroom, the feeling of being watched intensified. My heart began to race, and I couldn't shake the thought that someone, or something, was out there. I didn't want to wake Laura, but I found myself sitting on the edge of the bed, straining to hear any sound. The silence in the cabin was so thick, it was suffocating. Then, I heard it. A soft tapping, almost like someone knocking at the door. My heart stopped. I listened intently, hoping it was just the wind. But it came again, a slow, deliberate knock. I stood up quietly and walked toward the door, my mind racing. There was no way anyone could be out there. This place was so isolated, the nearest neighbor was miles away. But still, I felt a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. I opened the door cautiously, shining a flashlight into the darkness. There was no one there, just the empty night, the trees swaying in the wind. I stepped out onto the porch, the cold air biting at my skin, and scanned the area around the cabin. Nothing. The forest was as still as ever, the shadows stretching long across the ground. I stood there for a long moment, feeling like I was being pulled into the darkness. My breath came in shallow gasps, and my mind raced with all kinds of irrational thoughts. Was someone watching me from the trees? Or was it just my imagination? I closed the door and locked it again. When I returned to the bedroom, I found Laura sitting up in bed, wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, but didn't say anything. She didn't need to hear my fears. She had her own. We lay there, awake, for hours, the only sound the wind outside and the occasional creak of the cabin. The next morning, we decided to leave. Whatever it was that unsettled us, whether it was just our nerves, the isolation, or something else, was too much. We packed our bags in silence, the tension thick in the air. I kept looking out the window, half expecting to see someone standing in the woods, watching us. As we drove away from the cabin, I looked back at the small, dark shape disappearing behind the trees. It was hard to explain, but I felt a sense of relief mixed with an odd sadness. The place wasn't haunted. There were no ghost stories to tell, no supernatural explanations. It was just a cabin in the woods. Yet something about it felt wrong, like it was hiding something, or maybe it was just the kind of place where your mind could play tricks on you. We didn't talk much on the drive home, but I could feel the weight lifting the further we got from that place. The forest receded behind us, and the world around us grew brighter, more alive. When we finally made it back to civilization, I could breathe easier. The strange feeling had vanished, but the memories of that weekend, the cabin, and the eerie silence would linger with me for a long time. It wasn't until later, when I was going through our photos from the trip, that I found something that unsettled me all over again. There was a picture I had taken of the cabin from the front porch. It was just a regular shot, nothing special. But in the background, just past the edge of the porch, there was a figure, a man standing just at the tree line, barely visible in the shadows. I hadn't noticed him when I took the picture. In fact, I hadn't even seen anyone while I was out there. I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks the way it does when you're in a place that feels wrong. Or maybe, just maybe, there had been someone out there. Someone who had been watching us all along. I needed a break. After months of relentless work and the suffocating buzz of city life, I yearned for solitude. A friend mentioned a secluded cabin nestled deep within the woods of northern Montana. No electricity, no cell service, just me, nature, and silence. It sounded perfect. Creepypasta stories, scary stories, and original horror fiction, The Cabin in the Woods, aka The Portraits. https://www.creepypastastories.com/the-cabin-in-the-woods/?UTM_source=chatgpt.com. I arrived late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows through the dense pine trees. The cabin was modest, a single room with a small kitchenette, a wood-burning stove, and a cot. A creek babbled nearby, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. I unpacked my supplies: canned food, a lantern, matches, a journal, and a hunting knife. I chopped some wood, started a fire, and settled in for the evening. The isolation was invigorating. That night, as I lay on the cot, I heard it, a faint rustling outside. I dismissed it as wildlife and drifted to sleep. The night at the Cabin Castle of Spirits, https://www.castleofspirits.com/ghost-stories/the-night-at-the-cabin?UTM EMOJI_source=chatgpt.com. I spent the day hiking, exploring the surrounding forest, and jotting notes in my journal. The tranquility was therapeutic. Returning to the cabin at dusk, I noticed something odd. The door was ajar. I was certain I'd closed it. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed, but a subtle unease settled in my gut. That night, the rustling returned, closer this time. I sat up, straining to listen. Footsteps? No, probably just the wind. Still, I kept the hunting knife within reach. The Cabin by Marinelle B. at Inkit. https://www.inkit.com/stories/horror/1344040/source=chatgpt.com. I found footprints around the cabin, boot prints, not animal tracks. They circled the structure, then disappeared into the woods. I hadn't seen another soul since arriving. Who could it be? I decided to stay close to the cabin, keeping the fire going and my knife on my belt. As night fell, I secured the door and windows as best I could. Around midnight, a soft knock echoed through the silence. I froze. Another knock, more insistent. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Eventually, it stopped. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching the knife, ears straining for any sound. Sleep-deprived and anxious, I decided to leave. I packed my gear and stepped outside, only to find my car tires slashed. Panic surged. I was stranded. I considered hiking back to the nearest town, but it was a 2-day trek through dense forest. With limited supplies and no map, it was risky. I opted to stay one more night, hoping to find a solution in the morning. That night, the knocking returned, louder, more aggressive. I shouted, demanding to know who was there. Silence. Then, a whisper, "Leave." My blood ran cold. The Cabin midreel, https://midreel AI/story/the-cabin-HG_UTM_source=chatgpt.com. The Cabin by Marinelle B. at Inkit. https://www.inkit.com/stories/horror/1344040/source=chatgpt.com. At first light, I set out on foot, armed with my knife and a makeshift spear. I followed the creek, hoping it would lead to civilization. After hours of hiking, I stumbled upon a ranger station. Relief washed over me. The ranger listened as I recounted my experience. He nodded solemnly. "You're not the first," he said. "We've had reports of a hermit living off-grid, scaring off intruders. He believes the woods are his." Authorities investigated but found no trace of the man. The cabin was dismantled, deemed unsafe. Back home, the experience haunted me, not because of ghosts or monsters, but the realization of how vulnerable we are in isolation. The woods, while beautiful, held secrets and dangers I hadn't anticipated. I still venture into nature, but with caution and respect. The cabin taught me that solitude can be both healing and harrowing. I needed a break. The city was loud, crowded, and suffocating. My job in IT had me staring at screens all day, and my apartment felt more like a cage than a home. When I found a listing for a remote cabin in the woods, promising solitude and tranquility, it felt like the perfect escape. The drive took me several hours, winding through narrow roads flanked by dense forests. As I approached the cabin, the trees seemed to close in, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. The cabin itself was modest, a single-story wooden structure with a small porch and a chimney. It looked aged but sturdy. Inside, the cabin was sparse but functional. A small kitchen with outdated appliances, a living area with a worn couch and a fireplace, and a bedroom with a creaky bed. There was no TV, no internet, and barely any cell reception. That was the point. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, took a short hike, and spent the evening reading by the fireplace. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant bird calls. It was peaceful. The cabin creepypasta, https://www.creepypasta.com/the-cabin/question_source=chatgpt.com. That night, I was jolted awake by a sound, a faint tapping like someone knocking on wood. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The sound came again, rhythmic and deliberate. I convinced myself it was a branch hitting the cabin in the wind. I drifted back to sleep. The night at the cabin Castle of Spirits, https://www.castleofspirits.com/ghost-stories/the-night-at-the-cabin-question-UTM_source=chatgpt.com. The next morning, I stepped outside to investigate. The air was crisp, and the forest was still. I walked around the cabin, looking for any branches that might have caused the noise. Nothing seemed out of place. I shrugged it off. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I sat on the porch, sipping tea. The forest grew darker, and the sounds of wildlife faded. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching on the gravel path leading to the cabin. I stood up, peering into the darkness, but saw nothing. The footsteps stopped. I waited, heart racing, but the night remained silent. A Night in the Haunted Cabin. A true scary story by Mohammed Mohsen Anwar NOV, 2024 Medium, https://medium.com/%40 Mohammed Mohsen Anwar /a-night-in-the-cabin-a-true-scary-story 9B637440C85C?UTM_source=chatgpt.com. I went inside, locking the door behind me. I reminded myself that animals could make similar sounds. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The following days were tense. I kept hearing noises, footsteps, tapping, whispers. Once, I found the front door slightly ajar, even though I was certain I'd locked it. Another time, I discovered muddy footprints on the porch, leading away into the woods. I started keeping a knife by my bed. One night, I woke up to the sound of the front door creaking open. I grabbed the knife and crept into the living room. The door was wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. I stepped outside, scanning the darkness. That's when I saw him, a figure standing at the edge of the trees, motionless. I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. I shouted, but there was no response. The figure turned and disappeared into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I packed my things and left the cabin, vowing never to return. I reported the incident to the local authorities, but they found no evidence of anyone else being there. They dismissed it as a figment of my imagination. Back in the city, I tried to put the experience behind me. But sometimes, late at night, I hear tapping on my apartment window, even though I live on the 5th floor. I tell myself it's just the wind. I'd always heard stories about cabins in the woods, the kind where people go to escape the chaos of their daily lives. But sometimes, they end up finding more than they expected. The kind of stories where things go wrong, not in the way of ghosts or monsters, but just things that don't feel right. I never believed them, until now. It was the middle of November, and I was tired. Work had been overwhelming, and I was desperate for a break. I booked a cabin I found online, tucked away in the dense woods of the Smoky Mountains. I didn't want to go far. I needed to unwind, disconnect, and just breathe. The cabin was isolated, surrounded by trees, far away from any towns or busy roads. It seemed perfect, like the peace I needed. I'd never really spent much time in the wilderness before. Sure, I'd gone camping a few times with friends when I was younger, but never like this. The idea of being completely alone in a cabin, surrounded by forest, felt both exciting and terrifying. I wasn't used to the quiet, the type where every little sound seems amplified. The drive up there was long, The roads twisted through the mountains, and by the time I reached the cabin, the sun had already begun to set, casting long shadows over the landscape. The GPS had taken me on an unpaved road, and by the time I pulled up to the cabin, it felt like I had been traveling forever. The cabin was small but charming, made of weathered wood and sitting on a raised platform with a large porch. It looked like something out of an old painting, a place where people would gather and tell stories by the fire. It was perfect, almost too perfect. I parked the car, grabbed my bags, and stepped out. The cold air hit me immediately, and I shivered, wishing I'd brought a thicker jacket. The door creaked as I opened it, and I stepped inside. The cabin smelled of pine and wood, warm and inviting. There was a small fireplace along one wall with a stack of firewood neatly arranged beside it. A few old rugs were scattered across the floor, and the furniture was simple but comfortable looking. There was a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a bathroom in the back. Everything was exactly what I had imagined when I booked it. Peaceful, quiet, isolated. The sun set quickly, and with it came the chill of the night. I started a fire in the fireplace, not out of necessity, but for the ambience. The flames flickered in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The cabin felt cozy, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like I could relax. I made myself some dinner and ate by the fire, the only sound being the crackling wood and the occasional gust of wind outside. As the night wore on, I noticed how still everything was. The wind outside was barely a whisper, and there was no noise from animals or birds. Nothing, just the quiet of the forest. It made me uneasy. I hadn't realized how much noise the world usually made until it was gone. I tried to brush it off, reminding myself that this was exactly what I wanted. Peace. But it was too quiet. My thoughts felt louder than usual, and I found myself imagining all kinds of things. I told myself to stop, to just enjoy the night. I didn't sleep well that first night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was listening to the silence, waiting for something to break it. A creak from the wood, a rustle outside, but nothing came. I stayed up late, too scared to sleep, and eventually, I just passed out on the couch. The next morning, I woke up to bright sunlight streaming through the windows. The fire had gone out, and the cabin was cold. I stretched, feeling sore from sleeping in an uncomfortable position, and grabbed a sweatshirt before stepping outside. The air was crisp, and the sky was clear. A perfect day. I decided to take a walk, stretch my legs, and maybe get a better feel for the area. The nearest town was at least an hour's drive away, so there wasn't much to do except enjoy the wilderness. The forest was dense, with towering trees all around. I could see little of the sky, just the occasional gap where sunlight managed to filter through the branches. The trail started at the edge of the cabin's yard and wound into the woods. I decided to follow it. The path was narrow, the ground covered with leaves and sticks. It was quiet, too quiet, not even the chirping of birds. It didn't seem right, but I figured it was just the time of year. Animals probably kept to themselves in the cold. The trail twisted and turned, and I walked for over an hour until I came to a clearing. I stopped, taking in the view. The trees opened up to a small pond surrounded by rocks and brush. It was a beautiful spot, the still water reflecting the sky above. I stood there for a few moments, just looking around, feeling the eerie stillness of the place. There was no wind, no sound of wildlife, just silence. Something caught my eye on the far side of the pond. A movement. I couldn't tell what it was, but I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I stared at the spot, waiting for something to appear, but nothing did. The feeling lingered, though, a cold sense of being watched. I shook it off, deciding it was just my imagination. But the unease stayed with me, nagging at the back of my mind. I turned back toward the cabin and hurried down the trail, my footsteps crunching on the frozen leaves. That afternoon, I tried to distract myself by organizing my things and cleaning up a little, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. Every time I stepped outside, I felt like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just the isolation, the stillness, but the feeling wouldn't leave. I didn't want to stay another night, but I also didn't want to leave early. I had planned this trip for so long, and I wasn't about to let a few weird feelings ruin it. So I stayed. But that night, the feeling of being watched intensified. I was in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard it, a soft tap on the window. I froze. It was too quiet to be anything else. Another tap. It was faint but distinct. I held my breath, straining to hear, but there was nothing. No wind, no branches hitting the window, just the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I pulled the blankets over my head, hoping it was nothing, just a branch or an animal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. The tapping came again, this time louder, more persistent. It was unmistakable. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands shaking as I fumbled to turn it on. The light flickered and then shone bright into the dark room. I stood up, the floor creaking under my feet. The tapping stopped as I reached the window. I slowly lifted the blinds and looked out into the darkness. Nothing. The porch was empty. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. The night was still. I felt foolish. Maybe it had just been the wind or a branch. I stood there for a moment, staring out into the forest, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I quickly pulled the blinds down, backing away from the window. That night, I locked all the doors and windows and slept with the flashlight beside me. I didn't sleep well, but I managed to get a few hours of rest. The next morning, I packed up my things and left early. I didn't stay another night. On the drive home, I couldn't help but feel relief. I didn't want to admit it, but I was glad to be away from that cabin. Something about it felt off, like it was hiding something I wasn't meant to know. I never went back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. There are plenty of cabins out there, plenty of places to escape to, but that one, I'll never forget how it made me feel. And to this day, I don't know if it was just my mind playing tricks on me or if something really wasn't right. All I know is that I'm better off not finding out. I needed a break. Life in the city had become overwhelming, and I craved solitude. A friend mentioned a secluded cabin in the woods, perfect for some time alone. It was miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest. No neighbors, no distractions, just me and nature. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads that seemed to disappear into the trees. By the time I arrived, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. It was rustic, with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof that had seen better days. But it was cozy, with a small porch and a single chimney puffing out smoke from the fireplace I had lit. The first night was peaceful. The silence was deafening, but in a comforting way. I fell asleep to the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The next morning, I explored the area. The forest was dense, with towering pines and a thick underbrush. I found a narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. Curious, I followed it for a while, noting the tracks of deer and other wildlife. After an hour, I returned to the cabin, feeling refreshed. Cabin from Hell Creepypasta Wiki Fandom, https://creepypasta fandom.com/wiki/cabin_from_hell?UTM_source=chatgpt.com. That evening, as I sat on the porch sipping tea, I noticed something strange. A faint tapping sound echoed from the trees. It was rhythmic, like someone knocking on wood. I dismissed it as a woodpecker and went inside. Later that night, I was jolted awake by a loud thud. I sat up, heart pounding. The room was dark, save for the dying embers in the fireplace. I listened intently but heard nothing more. Assuming it was a branch falling, I tried to go back to sleep. The following day, I found footprints around the cabin. They were human, leading from the forest to the porch and then back into the woods. I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived. Unease settled in. A Night in the Haunted Cabin. A true scary story by Mohammed Mohsen Anwar NOV. 2024 Medium. https://medium.com/%40 Mohammed Mohsen Anwar /a-night-in-the-haunted-cabin-a-true-scary-story 9b 637-440-C85C question mark UTM underscore source equals sign chatgpt.com. Short story, The Cabin in the Woods, Incognito Inventions, https://incognitoventures.com/short-story-the-cabin-in-the-woods/question mark UTM underscore source equals sign chatgpt.com. That night, the tapping returned, louder and closer. I locked the doors and windows, heart racing. The sound continued for hours, intermittent and taunting. Sleep was impossible. At dawn, I ventured outside. The footprints were back, circling the cabin. I decided to cut my trip short. As I packed, I found a note slipped under the door. "You're not welcome here." I left immediately, not looking back. The drive back was tense, every shadow in the trees a potential threat. Once home, I reported the incident to the local authorities. They investigated but found nothing. I never returned to that cabin. The experience left me wary of solitude and the unknown lurking in the woods. A Night in the Haunted Cabin. A true scary story by Mohammed Mohsen Anwar NOV, 2024 Medium. https://medium.com/%40 Mohammed Mohsen Anwar /a-night-in-the-cabin-a-true-scary-story 9b 637-440-C85C question mark UTM underscore source equals sign chatgpt.com. I needed a break from the city. The constant noise, the crowds, the endless notifications. It was all too much. So when I found a listing for a secluded cabin in the woods, I booked it without hesitation. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just me and nature. Sounded perfect. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads that seemed to disappear into the dense forest. By the time I arrived, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the trees. The cabin was rustic, with weathered wood siding and a tin roof. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines. There was no other sign of civilization in sight. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen, a living area with a wood-burning stove, and a lofted bedroom. I unpacked my things, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire or the distant hoot of an owl. How to write a horror story. Tips for writing great horror stories? The Writer Wannabe. https://writerwannabe. info/how-to-write-a-horror-story/question mark UTM underscore source equals sign chatgpt.com. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept deeply, lulled by the quiet and the warmth of the fire. The next morning, I brewed some coffee and stepped outside to take in the crisp air. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. How to develop a scary atmosphere for a horror story. https://www.cornetfiction.com/developing-a-scary-atmosphere-for-a-story/question mark UTM underscore source equals sign chatgpt.com. I spent the day exploring the woods, following deer trails and marveling at the untouched beauty around me. I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, tired but content. As night fell, I lit the fire again, cooked a simple meal, and read by lantern light until sleep took me. That night, I awoke to a sound, a soft tapping like fingers on glass. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I climbed down from the loft and approached the window. There was nothing there. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch, scanning the darkness. The forest was still. I told myself it was probably a branch or an animal and went back to bed. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They were human, barefoot, and led from the woods to the porch and back again. My stomach turned. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker had passed through, but the unease lingered. That day, I stayed close to the cabin, keeping my eyes on the tree line. Nothing stirred. As night approached, I secured the doors and windows, stacked wood for the fire, and kept a flashlight nearby. Sleep was elusive. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. Around midnight, the tapping returned. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it through the window. Again, nothing. I opened the door and stepped outside. The forest was silent. I turned in a slow circle, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. Then I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the light. It was tall, motionless. I called out, but there was no response. I took a step forward, and the figure disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I packed my things, ready to leave. But when I tried to start my car, it wouldn't turn over. I checked under the hood, but everything seemed in order. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to fix the car, but to no avail. As night fell, dread settled over me. I barricaded the door, kept the fire burning, and clutched the flashlight like a lifeline. The tapping returned, now accompanied by whispers I couldn't quite make out. I stayed awake, heart pounding, until dawn. The next morning, I decided to hike out. I packed a bag, left a note in the cabin, and set off down the road. After several hours, I reached a ranger station. I reported what had happened, and they sent a team to investigate. They found the cabin as I had left it, but no signs of anyone else. The footprints had been washed away by rain. My car started without issue. I returned to the city, but the experience haunted me. I couldn't explain what had happened, and no one believed me. But I know what I saw, what I heard. The woods are beautiful, yes, but they are also vast and unknowable. And sometimes, when you're alone, they watch you back. I had always been drawn to solitude. After years of working in the bustling city, the idea of spending a week alone in a remote cabin sounded like the perfect escape. I found a listing online, a small, rustic cabin nestled deep within the woods of northern Vermont. The photos showed a quaint structure surrounded by towering pines, with a small lake nearby. It was perfect. How to write a horror story. Ultimate Guide 2025. https://write-perfectly.com/blog/how-to-write-horror-story?*chatgpt.com. The drive took longer than expected. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to dirt paths barely wide enough for my car. By the time I arrived, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin looked just like the pictures. Weathered wood, a stone chimney, and a small porch with a rocking chair. I unpacked my bags, lit a fire in the hearth, and settled in for the night. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my time hiking, reading, and enjoying the peace and quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the occasional splash of a fish in the lake. I felt a sense of calm I hadn't experienced in years. On the fourth night, I was woken by a noise outside. It was faint, but distinct, a soft crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and listened. The sound stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, I found footprints around the cabin. They were human, and they circled the structure before disappearing into the woods. I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't seen another person since I arrived. I checked my phone, no signal. There was a landline in the cabin, but it was dead. I decided to cut my trip short and leave the next day. That night, the noises returned. This time, they were louder, closer. I heard the creak of the porch steps, the rattle of the doorknob. I grabbed the fireplace poker and waited, breath held, until dawn. When I finally ventured outside, I found the door scratched and the footprints back, more numerous this time. I packed my things and loaded them into the car. But when I turned the key, the engine sputtered and died. I tried again, nothing. I opened the hood and found the engine tampered with, wires cut, components removed. Panic set in. I was stranded. I decided to hike back to the nearest town. I estimated it was about 15 miles away. I set off, keeping to the path, but after a few hours, I realized I was going in circles. Markers I had passed earlier appeared again. Someone had altered the trail. As night fell, I returned to the cabin, exhausted and scared. I barricaded the door and windows, lit a fire, and waited. The noises came again. Footsteps, whispers, tapping on the walls. I didn't sleep. At first light, I tried the car again. To my surprise, it started. I didn't question it. I drove as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the town. I reported the incident to the local authorities, but they found no evidence, no footprints, no tampering, nothing. I never returned to the cabin. The experience left me shaken, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things are not supernatural, but the unknown intentions of other people. After the whirlwind of the past year, losing my job, the end of a long-term relationship, and the constant noise of city life, I craved solitude. A friend mentioned a secluded cabin nestled deep within the woods of northern Maine. It was rustic, lacking modern amenities, but offered the isolation I sought. I arrived in late September, the air crisp with the onset of fall. The cabin stood alone, surrounded by towering pines and a thick underbrush that muffled sound. There was no cell service, no internet, just me and the wilderness. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my time hiking, reading, and chopping wood. The silence was a balm, allowing me to reflect and breathe. At night, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, a symphony that lulled me to sleep. On the fourth night, I was awakened by a noise, a soft thud against the cabin wall. I dismissed it as a branch or perhaps an animal. But the next morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. They were human, leading from the woods to the cabin and back again. I told myself it was a hiker, someone who had gotten lost or curious. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I started locking the door at night, something I hadn't bothered with before. The following evening, as I sat by the fireplace, I heard the creak of the front porch. I froze, listening intently. Another creak, closer this time. I grabbed the axe I kept for chopping wood and approached the door. I flung it open, but the porch was empty. The forest beyond was still, the moon casting long shadows. Sleep eluded me that night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I began to question my decision to isolate myself so completely. The next day, I ventured into the woods, following the path the footprints had taken. About a mile in, I found a makeshift campsite, an old tarp, a fire pit, and remnants of food. Someone had been living there recently. I returned to the cabin, my mind racing. Was someone watching me? Why hadn't they approached me directly? That night, I barricaded the door with furniture and kept the axe within arm's reach. In the early hours, I heard it again, the creak of the porch, followed by a soft tapping on the window. I didn't move, barely breathing. The tapping continued for what felt like an eternity before silence returned. At dawn, I found a note pinned to the door, "Leave." No signature, no explanation, just that single word. I packed my belongings and left immediately, the sense of relief palpable as I reached the main road. I never looked back. This experience taught me that isolation can be both healing and dangerous. While I sought solitude to mend, I found that complete disconnection left me vulnerable. The woods held beauty, but also secrets I was unprepared to face. I now understand the importance of balance, seeking peace without forsaking safety. How to write a horror story. 5 tips for writing horror fiction. Vox Ghostwriting. https://www.voxghostwriting.com/how-writing-horror-story-5-tips-for-writing-horror-fiction/question mark UTM_source=sign I rented a small cabin up in northern Michigan during the fall. I needed a break from the city and the constant noise of work and people. I wanted somewhere quiet, isolated. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to hear cars outside my window or the sounds of someone shouting on their phone walking past me. I found the cabin online. It was about 30 miles outside of the nearest town, past a long winding dirt road that cut through thick woods. The ad said there was no internet, no TV, barely any cell service, and I was sold immediately. When I arrived, the place looked exactly like the photos. The cabin was small, one level, with dark wooden siding and a steep metal roof that rattled when wind picked up. There was a stone chimney, a screened-in front porch with 2 old chairs, and a tiny fire pit made of stacked rocks off to the side. It sat in the middle of a clearing, surrounded on all sides by thick, tall pine trees, the kind that blocked out most of the sun when you walked beneath them. It felt like the kind of place you could disappear into. Inside, the place was simple. There was a couch, a wood-burning stove, a little kitchenette with a 2-burner stove and a mini fridge. One small bedroom in the back with a double bed and a dresser. The bathroom was just a stall shower and a toilet. No mirrors except the one above the sink, and that was so foggy and scratched up you could barely see anything in it. I settled in quick, unpacked my clothes into the dresser, put my cooler in the kitchen, and walked around the property a bit. There was an old path that led into the woods, mostly overgrown. I walked it for a little bit just to stretch my legs. No signs of other houses nearby. No power lines. No other driveways. Just trees. That first night was calm. I sat out on the porch with a book, listening to the wind moving through the trees and the occasional crack of a branch falling somewhere in the woods. The stars were brighter than I'd seen in years. By 9, I was tired. I locked the front door, shut the curtains, and went to bed. The first weird thing I noticed was on the second morning. I had gone outside to get some firewood from the pile behind the cabin and noticed boot prints in the dirt near the corner of the house. Not mine. Mine had a very different tread. These were wide, deep, and went from the tree line to the back corner of the cabin and then disappeared. No prints going back. Just in. I didn't panic. I figured it could have been someone from before I got there. Maybe a hunter. Still, it made me a little uneasy. I walked around the cabin, checked the locks again, and then tried to brush it off. The woods out here were open. It wasn't like I owned the land. People could walk through if they wanted. Later that day, I went for a long walk. I followed the trail past the cabin for almost an hour, winding deeper into the forest. The trees got denser the further I went, the air colder and damper. I didn't see or hear anyone, but I did notice something odd. About 2 miles in, I found a clearing. At the edge of it was a tree that had been chopped down recently. The stump was still pale, fresh, but the tree wasn't there. No log, no branches, just the stump. That made me feel off, like someone had taken it. I turned back after that. The walk home took longer than I expected. The light was fading by the time I got back. I kept thinking about that tree, how clean the cut was. I didn't see any sawdust or broken branches around. Whoever did it cleaned up after themselves. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Around midnight, I heard a sound outside. Not an animal. A sharp sound like wood snapping. Then footsteps. Slow, steady. They circled the cabin. I stayed in bed, heart racing. There was no cell signal. I had no gun. I waited until the sound stopped. Then I got up, peeked through the curtain. Nothing. I stayed up the rest of the night, listening. The next morning, I went outside. More prints. This time, they were closer to the front door. Same boots. Heavy tread. I checked the cabin. No windows broken. Nothing taken. But now I knew for sure someone was coming around. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I kept the fire going in the stove and tried to keep myself calm. I didn't want to leave yet. I had booked the cabin for 10 days, and I was only on day 3. I tried to convince myself it was just someone passing through. Maybe they thought the cabin was abandoned. That night, I barricaded the front door with a chair. I moved the dresser in front of the bedroom window. I kept the axe I found in the shed next to the bed, just in case. It rained that night, hard. The wind howled. I barely slept. Around 3 a.m., I heard something slam against the side of the cabin. Then again. It wasn't thunder. It was dull, like a shoulder hitting the wall. It happened 3 times. Then silence. No footsteps. No voice. Just silence. I stayed in bed until the sun came up. When I went outside, there were more boot prints. The same kind. This time, there was something else. A mark scratched into the wood next to the window. It looked like an X. Not deep, just enough to be seen. I didn't know what it meant. I decided to hike out to where I had cell service. I needed to tell someone. I walked for an hour before I got a bar, and then called the owner of the cabin. I told him someone had been snooping around. He said no one should be out there. Said the nearest neighbor was over 5 miles away. He didn't seem too concerned. Told me to call the sheriff if it got worse. I didn't like that. I told him I'd stay one more night, then I'd leave early. He didn't argue. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in the dark with the axe and waited. I had a flashlight and the emergency whistle from my backpack. I sat by the bedroom door, facing the window. It was quiet until about 2 a.m. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Not fast. Just slow, careful steps, crunching over the wet leaves. Then a sound like something brushing against the side of the house. Then a knock. Not at the door. On the wall. Just a single, heavy knock. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The knocking didn't happen again. The footsteps faded. But I didn't sleep. Not 1 second. At dawn, I packed everything. Left the cabin as fast as I could. When I reached the main road, I looked back once. I thought I saw something move in the trees, just for a second. But it was probably nothing. I kept walking until I got back to town. I never reported anything. I didn't have a name or a face. Just boot prints and a scratched X. I think someone was watching that cabin. Maybe waiting. I don't know for what. But I left and I never went back. I still don't camp alone anymore. I still wake up at night thinking I hear footsteps outside my window. But I left that place before anything worse happened. And I think about that scratched X sometimes. Like it was a warning. Or maybe a mark. All I know is I got out. I listened to the fear, and I didn't wait around to see what would happen next. And maybe that's why I'm still here. I had always been drawn to solitude. The idea of escaping the incessant buzz of city life, the constant notifications, and the ever-present hum of traffic was appealing. So, when I stumbled upon an old listing for a secluded cabin nestled deep within the woods of northern Maine, I saw it as an opportunity. The photos showed a rustic structure, weathered but sturdy, surrounded by towering pines and a carpet of fallen leaves. It was perfect. The drive up was uneventful. The further I got from the city, the more the landscape transformed. Skyscrapers gave way to rolling hills, which eventually turned into dense forests. The road narrowed, and the GPS signal became spotty. By the time I reached the dirt path leading to the cabin, my phone had lost all connectivity. I didn't mind. That was part of the appeal. The cabin was as described. A single-story structure with a pitched roof, a small porch, and a chimney that hinted at a fireplace inside. The wood was aged, with patches of moss clinging to the shaded side. The windows were dusty, and the front door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the scent of aged timber and something else, perhaps mildew or the remnants of a long-forgotten meal. I spent the first day cleaning. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs hung from the corners. I opened the windows to let in fresh air, swept the floors, and wiped down the furniture. There wasn't much. A worn couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small kitchenette, and a bedroom with a single bed. The bathroom was functional, though the water pressure left much to be desired. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace and settled in with a book. The crackling of the wood and the warmth of the flames created a cozy atmosphere. Outside, the forest was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl. I felt at peace. The next morning, I decided to explore the surrounding area. The forest was dense, with narrow trails winding between the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. I walked for hours, occasionally marking trees with small notches to ensure I could find my way back. I didn't encounter anyone, which wasn't surprising given the remoteness of the location. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. Mornings were spent hiking or reading, afternoons were for writing, and evenings were reserved for fireside relaxation. However, as the days passed, I began to notice subtle changes. It started with small things. One morning, I found the front door slightly ajar. I was certain I had closed and latched it the night before. Another time, I returned from a hike to find the kitchen window open. I chalked it up to forgetfulness, perhaps a result of the tranquility making me less vigilant. Then, there were the noises. At night, as I lay in bed, I would hear faint sounds. The creaking of floorboards, the soft thud of something falling, or the distant sound of footsteps. I tried to rationalize them, perhaps the cabin settling or animals outside. But some of the sounds seemed too deliberate, too rhythmic. One evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard a distinct knock on the front door. Startled, I stood up and approached cautiously. Opening the door, I was met with darkness and silence. There was no one there. I stepped outside, scanning the surroundings, but saw nothing. The forest was still. I began to feel uneasy. The sense of isolation that once comforted me now felt oppressive. I started double-checking locks, securing windows, and keeping a flashlight within arm's reach. Sleep became elusive, and I found myself waking up multiple times during the night, heart pounding, ears straining for any sound. One morning, I discovered footprints outside the cabin. They were faint but unmistakable, leading from the forest edge to the porch. They didn't match my boots, and I hadn't had any visitors. I followed them for a short distance before they disappeared into the underbrush. I considered the possibility of a hiker or hunter passing through, but the direct path to the cabin seemed intentional. How to write a horror story. https://writingmastery.com/blog/how-writing-horror-story-5-tips-for-writing-horror-fiction?chatgpt.com. Determined to find answers, I set up a makeshift alarm system using tin cans and string around the perimeter. That night, I was jolted awake by the clatter of cans. Grabbing my flashlight, I rushed outside, scanning the area. Again, there was nothing. The cans had been triggered, but there was no sign of anyone. The following day, I decided it was time to leave. The sense of unease had grown unbearable, and I no longer felt safe. I packed my belongings and loaded them into the car. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again, but the result was the same. Popping the hood, I discovered that several wires had been cut. Panic set in. With no cell service and miles from the nearest town, I was effectively stranded. I considered hiking back to the main road, but the thought of traversing the dense forest alone, especially with the knowledge that someone or something was nearby, was daunting. I decided to stay put and wait for help. I rationed my supplies and kept a fire burning at all times. Days passed, each one blending into the next. The noises continued, and I often felt as though I was being watched. Sleep deprived and anxious, I began to question my sanity. On the fifth day, I heard the distant rumble of an engine. Rushing outside, I saw a pickup truck approaching. Relief washed over me as the driver, a local ranger, stepped out. He explained that he was conducting routine checks and had noticed my car. I recounted my experiences, and he listened attentively, his expression grave. He informed me that the area had a history of squatters and that there had been reports of break-ins at remote cabins. He suspected that someone had been watching me, waiting for an opportunity. The realization was chilling. The ranger helped me tow my car to the nearest town, where I had it repaired. I never returned to the cabin. The experience left a lasting impression, a reminder that isolation can be both a sanctuary and a vulnerability. The woods, once a place of peace, now held a sinister undertone. Sensory details and the protagonist's internal experience, it creates a realistic and immersive horror narrative without relying on supernatural elements. It was early October when I decided to take some time off work and get away from everything. I had been feeling burnt out. My job at the auto shop had me on my feet 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. I needed silence, stillness, and time to breathe. I didn't want to stay in a hotel or a resort full of people. I wanted isolation, somewhere deep in the woods where I could think and reset. I found a small off-grid cabin listed online, about 2 hours from my town in Michigan. No neighbors, no cell signal, no internet. It was the kind of place you had to hike a mile to after parking. The listing said it had no electricity but had a wood stove, a small generator for lights, a hand pump well, and an outhouse a few yards behind it. There were a few blurry photos of a weathered log cabin with a tin roof, tucked into tall trees. I booked it for 5 nights and started preparing. I packed simple food, dry goods, canned stuff, jerky, oatmeal, and a cooler with ice packs for anything perishable. I brought extra clothes, a first aid kit, a couple good knives, my hunting rifle, a hatchet, matches, a flashlight with spare batteries, and a heavy-duty power bank for emergencies. I threw in a sleeping bag, even though the listing said the bed had linens. I left early on a Sunday morning, the sky still gray and the roads quiet. The air was crisp, and the trees had started to turn, bright reds, yellows, and oranges spreading through the woods. It was peaceful, and for the first hour and a half, I just enjoyed the quiet drive. I got to the gravel road the directions had mentioned, then to the small dirt lot where the hiking trail began. I parked and checked my pack. Everything I needed was there. I locked up, slung the pack on my shoulders, and started walking. The trail was narrow, the kind used more by deer than by people, and it wound uphill through thick woods. It took me about 45 minutes to reach the cabin. My shirt was damp with sweat, but the air was cool enough to keep me comfortable. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines and oaks. The tin roof looked rusted but solid, and the logs were dark with age. The front door had an old iron latch and a wooden step that creaked when I stepped on it. I opened the door, and it smelled like dry wood and old smoke. There was a cot-style bed against one wall, a wood stove in the center, a small counter with shelves holding dishes, and a few dusty windows letting in the light. It was simple but clean. I spent the first day unpacking, chopping some firewood from the pile out back, and walking the area. I found the outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin, screened by a small rise in the land. The hand pump well was close to the front steps. I tested it, and after a few squeaky pumps, clean water started flowing. I filled a few jugs and set them inside. That night, I sat by the fire pit outside with a small fire going. The sky was clear, and I could see 1,000 stars. It was quiet. No cars, no distant hum of towns, nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. I slept well that first night. The second day, I went for a long walk through the woods. I followed a deer trail that looped around a rocky ridge and eventually led back to the clearing from the other side. I didn't see any people or signs of human life. No trash, no footprints, nothing. Just thick trees and the sound of birds and squirrels. I liked it that way. That evening, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. The air was still, and the forest was quieter than before. The usual rustling I'd heard the night before had stopped. I sat outside with a small fire again, but I kept looking into the trees. I didn't feel scared exactly, just alert, like something wasn't right. I chalked it up to being alone and not used to it. My nerves playing tricks on me. I went inside, bolted the door, and kept my rifle nearby. I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling. Took a while to fall asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why. I didn't hear anything at first. Then I realized the fire had gone out and the cabin was completely dark. No moonlight came through the windows, just black. Then I heard it. A single, slow step outside. Not a deer, not a squirrel. A human step, crunching the fallen leaves. Then another, slow, deliberate. My heart started pounding. I sat up quietly and reached for the rifle. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't move. The footsteps circled the cabin once. I heard them pause at the back near the outhouse, then again at the far window. Then nothing, just silence. I waited, barely breathing. I stayed like that for nearly an hour. My legs started to cramp, but I didn't move. Finally, just as the sky started to lighten, I heard a distant crunch, maybe 100 yards away, like someone walking off into the woods. Then nothing again. When the sun came up, I stepped outside slowly. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found faint impressions in the leaves. Not boot prints exactly, but definite indentations. Someone had walked around while I was asleep. My stomach twisted. I scanned the woods for movement but saw nothing. I told myself it could have been a hunter, maybe a lost hiker, but no one would be that quiet. No one would walk slowly around a cabin in the dark and then leave. I considered packing up and leaving, but I felt stubborn. I had 3 days left. I wanted to believe it was nothing, that I was overreacting, so I stayed. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed close to the cabin and kept my rifle nearby. Every sound felt louder. Every branch crack or gust of wind put me on edge. I didn't light a fire that night. I stayed inside, locked the door, and sat with my back against the wall, listening. Nothing happened that night, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to pump water from the well and noticed something odd. The metal handle had been twisted to the side. Not broken, but definitely moved. I always left it pointing down. Now it pointed at an angle, like someone had used it and didn't return it to place. I hadn't touched it since the first day. My throat went dry. I felt watched. I packed up most of my stuff by noon, planning to leave first thing in the morning. I didn't want to hike out in the dark. That last night, I barricaded the door with a chair and moved the cot to the corner where I could see both the window and the door. I kept the rifle in my hands. It wasn't long after sundown when I heard it again. This time, 2 sets of steps, coming from different directions, crunching slowly, methodically. I stood up and moved silently to the window. It was too dark to see far, but I could hear them. One to the left, one to the right. Getting closer, they stopped just beyond the treeline. I strained my ears. Nothing. No talking, no movement. Just silence. I waited, frozen. Then a knock. 3 hard knocks on the back wall of the cabin. Not on the door. The back wall. Then silence again. I raised the rifle and aimed it at the door. I stood like that for what felt like hours. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I didn't even breathe deep. Eventually, the sky started to lighten. The sun came up. I didn't hear them leave. But when I stepped out, I found more impressions in the leaves. 2 sets. Clearer this time. Boots. I didn't eat. I didn't clean. I just grabbed my gear and hiked out. Every step I took down that trail felt like I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder. When I reached my truck, I checked it thoroughly before unlocking the door. Nothing seemed touched. I got in, started it up, and drove off. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I never reported it. I didn't know what to say. There was no crime, no proof, just a bad feeling and some footprints. But I've never felt fear like that. Not at war, not in storms, not during accidents. That was different, human, intentional. I'll never go back to that cabin. I'll never rent another place where I can't lock a door or call for help. And now, even in my own home, when the wind picks up or I hear a branch snap outside, part of me still freezes, still listens, because I know someone was out there. I don't know why. I don't want to know. I just know they were watching, and they knew I was alone. I don't think I'll ever go back to that part of northern Minnesota again. I had rented a small cabin near a lake back in late October of last year, not far from the Canadian border. It was the kind of remote place that didn't even show up on most rental websites. I found it through an old man who ran a bait shop in Duluth. I'd mentioned wanting to get away for a while, no phone, no internet, no people, and he gave me the name of a place someone he knew used to rent out. It wasn't cheap, but I was in a bad place and needed to be alone. The cabin was deep in the woods, about 45 minutes down a rough dirt road that barely looked used. It was one of those roads that looks passable until you actually get on it and realize it's more mud and rock than anything else. My truck handled it fine, but the last few miles felt sketchy. Still, I liked the isolation. I brought enough supplies to last me 2 weeks. I wasn't planning to see anyone or go anywhere. The cabin itself was small, maybe 600 square feet. It had a front porch, a wood stove, and a single bedroom. There was no plumbing, just an old hand pump out back and an outhouse down a short trail. The inside smelled like cedar and dust. There was an old radio that barely worked and a single overhead light that ran off a small solar battery. But I mostly used candles and my lantern. I settled in quickly. The first few days were peaceful. I spent time reading, chopping wood, walking the perimeter of the area, and sitting by the lake. The air was cool, and the leaves were just finishing their change. Red and gold everywhere. At night, the forest got unbelievably quiet. The kind of quiet that presses in on your ears until you can hear your own heart. Around the 5th day, I noticed something strange. I had a routine where I'd take a short hike every morning around the property's edge. Nothing extreme, just to move my body. On that day, I saw boot prints in the dirt along the trail near the back of the cabin. I knew they weren't mine. Mine had a distinct tread, and these were flatter and wider. They looked fresh, too. At first, I thought maybe a hunter or hiker had wandered through, though I hadn't heard or seen anyone since I arrived. That night, I slept a little less comfortably. The thought of someone out there watching or walking nearby unsettled me. I started locking the door at night. It was just a simple bolt, but it made me feel a bit better. By day 7, I was hearing noises at night. I kept telling myself it was animals, raccoons, maybe a bear or a deer, but the sounds were too close and too regular. Footsteps on the porch, the soft creak of the wooden boards. Once I thought I heard someone trying the doorknob. I sat in bed with my axe beside me, listening hard, but nothing more happened that night. On day 9, I walked further down a trail I hadn't fully explored before. It was barely a trail, really, just an opening where the trees parted a bit. About a quarter mile in, I found something strange. There was an old structure back there, mostly collapsed. It looked like it had been another cabin, much older than the one I was staying in. The roof had caved in, and the walls were mostly gone, but I could see the outline of the foundation. What really bothered me was what I found nearby. A half-buried metal drum, rusted out with bones inside. Animal bones, probably, but big ones. And scattered around were scraps of fabric, an old boot, and what looked like the remains of a sleeping bag. I left that area fast. That night, the sounds started earlier. I was chopping vegetables by lantern light when I heard footsteps again. This time, they came around the cabin, slow and deliberate. I turned off the lantern and crouched by the window. The night outside was pitch black. I couldn't see anything, but I heard breathing. Heavy, slow breathing. It stayed there for at least 10 minutes. Then, without warning, it stopped. I didn't sleep. On the 10th morning, I found my firewood pile disturbed. It looked like someone had kicked it or walked over it, scattering the logs. A few pieces were missing. I knew I hadn't done it. I also noticed new tracks again, this time closer to the front of the cabin. I took my axe with me everywhere after that. That evening, I took a walk just before dark, trying to calm my nerves. I followed the same trail from before, the one leading to the ruined structure. I stayed back from the building but listened. No wind, no birds, just that stillness. On my way back, I got the distinct feeling I was being followed. I stopped and listened, and I swear I heard footsteps behind me, but every time I turned, nothing. The walk back felt 3 times longer. That night, I pushed the small table in front of the door and kept my axe on my lap. The sounds returned again. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. I heard someone or something moving around the side, then toward the back. I went to the rear window and looked out. The moon was out, and I could see just enough. I caught a glimpse of someone standing near the tree-line. They weren't moving, just standing. I stayed up until sunrise. On the 11th day, I packed everything. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw all my gear into the truck and left most of the firewood and food behind. The truck started fine, but I felt that crawling tension in my neck the whole time, like I wasn't alone. like someone was watching from the trees. The road out was worse than I remembered. It had rained a bit the night before, and the mud was deep. I almost got stuck twice. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone running after the truck, but I didn't. When I got back to Duluth, I called the bait shop guy, but the number was disconnected. I looked up the property and tried to find out who owned the land. I found nothing. No tax record, no deed. It was like the place didn't exist. A week later, I went to the doctor because I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My blood pressure was high, and I wasn't sleeping. I told the doctor I'd had a stressful trip and left it at that. It took about a month before I stopped waking up in the middle of the night thinking I heard footsteps. I never told anyone what really happened. I still don't know if it was just some squatter or a hunter, or maybe something worse. But I do know this: something or someone was out there, watching me, coming close enough to leave tracks, close enough to breathe against my door. I go hiking now and then, but never alone, never too far out. And I've never gone back to that part of Minnesota. I've made sure I'll never be anywhere near it again.